He looks good, and he looks hard.
Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Jesus ain't say that.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's science.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, here we are again. Another galactic day, another galactic dollar. Hell of a lot going on out there, folks. We better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. We've got a bit of a difficult galactic journey ahead of us. Okay, good to see all of you. Aaron W, Moen Noeb, Afroponics, Choky, on Ashes 61, BCat, Normal by Nature, FG. I think that might be everybody. It's a busy night tonight. I know Matt Bender's streaming, left past 10. Although it's getting well past 10 at this point, so figures decent enough time. Hope you're all doing well. Oh wow. Well, you're behind me by about 30 seconds, maybe even longer. Not even sure. Maybe, I think longer. Either way, I'm gonna get this show here on the road, and as usual, we're gonna start in a familiar place. That's right, America. It's that time. Again. Oh no, does make a good point. You should boop the like button if you haven't already. By the way, I've been doing a little bit of galactic redecorating around here, thanks to all the generous donations from our patrons and viewers like you. You can afford nice things like this. Happy Galactic Casual Hump Day. Is it a casual hump day? I don't know if it's going to be super casual. We got some stuff to talk about, and a lot of it's not very casual, especially towards the end of the stream. Although the beginning certainly is looking to meet up to those standards. You think the desk looks fancy? Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Got a fancy new desk here for the Galactic Space Station. And a statue I found floating through the void. Alright, let's see. Where do we start today? Oh, this story. This is a good place to start. Here's NBC News from a day ago. This, before I even... This story is absolutely fucking ridiculous, okay? As if people didn't already have enough reasons to not trust the police. Well, here's another good one, where an Ohio sheriff is going above and beyond in the illegality. Let's find out what that's all about.
People shouldn't feel ashamed or scared what sign they have in their front yard.
But many residents in Portage County are feeling scared after Sheriff Bruce Zakowski said the following on Facebook about Kamala Harris supporters. Quote, "When people ask me what's going to happen if the flip-flopping laughing hyena wins, I say write down all the addresses of the people who had her signs in their yards. So when the illegal human locust, which she supports, needs places to live, will already have the addresses of their new families
This
who
is...
supported their arrival." End quote.
This is little voter intimidation. And if this guy doesn't go to jail for this, if he doesn't at least go on trial for this shit, at the very least, I mean, it's a complete perversion and travesty of justice.
Those with Harris yard signs in their lawn now feeling intimidated.
A threatening post to me and my wife because we have a sign out here that says who we want to win for president. And it's a threatening implication for those who are immigrants coming in.
The post comes as Zakowski runs for re-election this November. His opponent, John Barber, reacting.
Calling the vice president a terrible name and calling people of immigration status a terrible name, I think pretty much shows some level of, I don't want to...
Look, this shouldn't be... NBC News here is trying to make this out about some sort of democratic process. About getting this guy out, getting some other sheriff in there. No. That's not enough, okay? I don't want to hear about that. This guy has committed a crime, okay? And talking about it like it isn't is ridiculous. Voter intimidation from a public official? Come on.
I don't know any other word to use than racism, and it's an unfortunate thing.
Meanwhile, Portage County Commissioner Tony Badalamenti has filed a complaint with the Ohio Attorney General's office.
I believe that if you're a Democrat or Republican and I'm opposite, it's your choice. And I should have the free right and will, without being intimidated, that I can share my beliefs or have a belief in whatever I do.
Just fucking insane. The video volume is quiet. Okay, hold on. I'll try and fix that. Okay, yeah, it was down a little bit. I see what you're talking about. Alright, yeah, that story is incredibly upsetting. No sheriff should be using their power to make threats against people and to suggest that people should be taking some sort of criminal action. Because it sounds like he's suggesting people take criminal action. It may not have been explicit, in that particular case, but the suggestion of literal voter intimidation, just in general, is, I mean, come on.
Illegal.
All right, let's go here, quickly talk about the kids. Associated Press from 14 hours ago. Chief Justice Clarence Thomas, who? Some say it's time to require civics in school.
It's the first day of class, and political science professor Kevin Dopp is throwing his students a curveball.
Is take out a piece of paper and a pen. This is your first test.
It's the same exam given to immigrants seeking U.S. citizenship, except a little easier. And a majority of his students still failed.
They have no idea how many senators there are in the United States. They have no idea how many House members there are.
Dopp's students have Jameson Brogy, a lawyer in the Marine Corps, to thank or blame for having to take a civics class before they can graduate.
Because we're a country not based on like ethnicity or races, based on certain principles, what that requires is that people have to know those principles. You learn how to be an American.
Surveys routinely find that a third of American adults can't name the 3 branches of the federal government.
What now?
One of Brogy's favorites is a study that found 10% of college graduates thought Judith Sheindlin was on the U.S. Supreme Court.
That's Judge Judy.
With help from the Conservative American Council of Trustees and Alumni, Brogy drafted the Reinforcing College Education on America's Constitutional Heritage Act, better known as the REACH Act. Passed in 2021, it requires students at all publicly funded colleges in South Carolina to complete a class covering the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and other foundational documents.
Supreme Court Justice Judy, of course.
I'm alarmed by division in our country. I want us to have a unified country. What's more unifying than the founding principles of this country?
However, critics see an attempt to inject a conservative brand of patriotism into college life. After his success in South Carolina, Brogy launched a similar campaign when he moved to North Carolina. The NC REACH Act easily passed the House, then stalled in the Senate. The plan also met resistance from University of North Carolina system faculty.
Some want to politicize this. We know what works in ways that sometimes someone outside of higher ed may not know.
Mackey says UNC faculty agree that students need a better grasp on civics and submitted their own proposal to give schools more flexibility without...
Yeah, and I see how it could become partisan, depending on some things, but I think just understanding the government itself would perhaps help us progress as a society. If people knew the sort of bullshit that we're dealing with every day, perhaps they would, or if they at least understood the framework around said bullshit, maybe more people would be less apt to do stupid things. Or to think stupid things. You thought you became an American by living in the States? That's true. You do. Depending on multiple things. Who you ask, how you got here. Think the radar has raspberry jams? That's not good. Who would dare jam the Galactic space station? Now, maybe if you had people who who understood physics, they would be less likely to believe people like Tommy Tuberville here. This was Tommy Tuberville, talking about fair elections a day ago.
Thank you. This is, I'm new here. I'm amazed. Our job is to protect the Constitution and give the citizens of this country a fair election and spend their money properly. I'm appalled of what we do up here. Absolutely appalled. It's, you can go down to the library, and in this city, you can't find a Webster dictionary that defines common sense. It's not here.
Well, Tommy, first off, I'd point out common sense is 2 words. It's a phrase, in fact. So usually that kind of stuff isn't in the dictionary. It's usually for just single words, pal. This guy is so dumb. The rest of the speech is equally as dumb, but we don't have time for all of this. Suffice to say, Tommy Tuberville continuing to say incredibly stupid things. There's not a single library where you can find definition for common sense. What's up with that? I don't understand.
What now?
Okay. Well, former White House spokesperson, now governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders had a bunch of stuff to say recently, and I think this was a Trump rally. Let's go here. CNN has the story for us.
Former President Donald Trump at his first campaign event in public since that second apparent assassination attempt on his life.
And then you wonder why I get shot at.
Oh, shit,
right?
I forgot.
You know,
hold on.
Only consequential presidents get shot at. When I say something like that, you have countries saying this guy, but what can you do? You have to do.
What are they
you
saying?
have to do what you have to do, right?
While he was there, Trump also spoke about something that doesn't really happen that often, a phone call between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Harris.
Today, a little while ago, I got a very nice call from Kamala.
Very nicest call. No, it's fine. It's fine. She's being nice this time.
It was very, very nice, and we appreciate that.
I checked on him to see if he was okay.
Yeah.
And I told him what.
I'm sorry. This was not what I meant for us to watch. Or at least not this whole thing. There was a piece of this that I wanted to watch. And I forgot there's a bunch of nonsense leading up to it. Really appreciate that.
And Harris are to blame for what happened to him on Sunday. Obviously, a marked difference than how they talked about this after what happened in Butler in July.
Well, look, Donald.
Damn you, Catelyn. Why do you insist on playing these videos in the background? I hate you. She's killing my vibes right now. Oh, it's here. Okay.
Town hall tonight. Kristen, listen to this.
You can walk into a room like this where people cheer when you step onto the stage and you might think for a second that you're kind of special. Then you go home and your kids remind you very quickly you're actually not that big of a deal. So my kids keep me humble. Unfortunately, Kamala Harris doesn't have anything keeping her humble.
I mean, Kristen Soltis Anderson, we just got over, childless cat ladies gate and the concerns you even heard from Republicans who said it wasn't helpful in appealing to women. Harris, it doesn't have any biological children, but.
Okay. So yeah, that was what we went all through for. For fuck's sake. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Once again, helping Republicans with single people, people without children and such, and normal humans who don't have creepy sort of natalist feelings about stuff. Alright, let's go here. What am I doing? Alright, let's go here. Here's Mitch McConnell from earlier today, who seemingly wants the American government to be running? I'm confused.
What now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my...
No, none of you. Need this one, yes.
Alex. Susan Collins said yesterday that a 6-month CR could have a devastating impact on defense spending. Do you think your House colleagues should drop this idea of 6-month CR and do a 3-month CR until December?
I think we first have to wait and see what the House sends us. My only observation about this whole discussion is the one thing you cannot have is a government shutdown. It would be politically beyond stupid for us to do that right before the election, because certainly we...
I find it incredible that Mitch McConnell, whose mind is deteriorating in front of us every single day, is still is, salience of thought enough to be able to know that a government shutdown during an election year would be real bad, especially, I don't know, a month and a half before elections. But hey.
Get the blame. And one of my favorite old sayings is there's no education in the second kick of a mule. We've been here before. I'm for
There's no
whatever
education
avoids
in the
government
second
shutdown,
kick
and
of a
that'll
mule.
ultimately end up obviously being a discussion.
Never heard that one before.
Between the
All right. Let's go here. Now this impact from a month ago. The section of Project 2025 that no one is talking about.
There is an aspect of Project 2025 that I have not seen anybody talking about that everybody needs to be talking about. And it is the agriculture section. So if you eat food, regardless of your political affiliation, you need to know about this. In multiple different places, Project 2025 accuses farmers of abusing subsidies, credits, and even crop insurance. And they seek to get rid of all of those programs. And if they can't completely scrap the ARC and PLC programs, they want farmers to be paying higher premiums on that insurance. They They cite that this insurance shouldn't be the responsibility of taxpayers, also known as the people who benefit from the foods that they grow. Meanwhile, totally fine for taxpayers to foot the bill for the public assistance needed for big corporations who don't pay their workers a livable wage. But that's another rant.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, if you like food, that could be a problem for you in the future. Alright, let's go here. This is CBS from earlier today. Kamala Harris went to the Hispanic conference to speak. Let's see how that went.
Meantime, Vice President Harris spoke at the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute's Leadership Conference today. Her address is in observance of National Hispanic Heritage Month. CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang is following the Harris campaign for us. You see her there joining us from the White House. Weijia, we should say this about all minority groups. They're not monolithic, but for Hispanics specifically, they play a crucial role in this election for both campaigns. So how is each side, specifically the Harris campaign, trying to appeal to them?
Errol, it's great to be with you, and you're absolutely right. It's not only about who they are, it's about where they live. And when you look at the voter outreach to this particular voting bloc, it's really in places like Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, which are critical battleground states that could ultimately decide this election. And so there's a major effort underway with regard to radio ads, TV ads, and the campaign just added 4 senior advisors specifically for the Latino voting outreach. And so I think that speaks volumes to the focus on this particular group. But Errol, you could say that about a lot of different voting blocs for this campaign where they see openings to really make a difference in these key battleground states.
And speaking of Weijia, today Harris launched a new ad campaign specifically targeting Asian American voters. What's happening there?
So this is the fastest growing voter bloc this campaign season, and they have data that shows that. And so this is another group that they're trying to connect with. To that end, Harris is trying to use her personal story, talking about her mother. In fact, the name of this new ad campaign is My Mother, where she talks about, her mother, who's an Indian immigrant, who was a single working mother, and the experience that she had growing up with her. And as an immigrant myself, this is something that, all immigrants can relate to, actually that anybody can relate to when you're talking about your mom. But she wanted to tell this story about why it matters, about what it means to come to this country and really strive for the best for your children. And so that will play again in battleground states targeting the Asian American population. And she has also brought on specific advisors just to be able to connect with this group.
So yeah, it would appear that Kamala Harris is attempting to reach out to immigrant and ethnic minorities in the United States, which makes a perfect sense for her to do. What about the queer minority groups, which no one cares about? Good question. Good questions, as always. All right. All right, let's talk about the state of the race real quick. First, let's go here. Donald Trump decided to have a rally on Long Island, of all places. It doesn't make any sense. It's not making any sense to me, right? I don't see how Donald Trump can possibly think what he says in this upcoming piece here.
And the reason I'm here is because it hasn't been done in many decades. It hasn't been done for a long time, but we...
What the fuck just happened?
We are going to win New York. But look at what has happened to New York and the other states, all run by radical left Democrats, every single one of them. Our heavy industries have exported overseas, and our middle class has been eviscerated right here at home.
Okay, that's enough. We don't need to hear all that. But I just find it hilarious that Donald Trump thinks he's going to win New York, of all places. I think that he's just scared of campaigning at this point. So he just came home. I think that's what's happening here, people. I think Donald Trump is just fucking scared now because 2 times now this presidential election, people have tried to literally take a shot at him, and I think he just feels more comfortable back in New York. You know, I think he might just be packing it in here for this election. It would be like, I'm trying to think. It's like Kamala Harris going and doing rallies in Texas right now, or in Alabama. All right. Now, let's talk polls.
Now's journalist and co-founder of Lift Our Voices, Gretchen Carlson, also CNN's Eva McKinnon, CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. Harry, first of all, let's talk about the polling. What does it show?
I mean, look, I think if you're a Kamala Harris supporter, you have to be quite happy with these new polls that came out. I'd argue it's one of her best polling days of the campaign so far. On a personal note, when you get 3 important polls from 3 swing states, it's almost like a Christmas day for someone like myself. And when you look at these numbers, what do you see? I mean, first off, obviously in Wisconsin, you have a race that's way too close to call at this point with no clear leader, just a point. But Michigan and Pennsylvania, the big enchilada, we spoke about it last Friday. The fact that you're seeing 5-point advantages for Kamala Harris in Michigan and in Pennsylvania, which is arguably the most important state in this entire election, there's just no other word than saying that these polls are good for the vice president.
What happens when you dig into specific issues?
Yeah, you know, one of the ways you can kind of tell that these polls are good news for Kamala Harris is actually to look at the questions that ask about what are normally Donald Trump's strengths, right? You talk about immigration, you talk about the economy. Who do you trust more on those issues? Well, when you average across the 3 states, you see that more voters trust Donald Trump than trust Kamala Harris. But look at the margins. The margins are incredibly small. We're talking about just 3 points on the economy, just 4 points on immigration. Donald Trump should be running away on these issues. And the fact that Kamala Harris is staying in the ball.
This is the moment where I realized Harry Enton might be a Donald Trump supporter. Donald Trump should be killing it on these issues? Harry, what are you talking about, pal?
On here says everything. The bottom line is these polls tonight are good news for the vice president.
Gretchen, I mean, do you buy polls like this at this stage?
Okay, all right. That is enough of this CNN nonsense. But like you saw back there, Kamala Harris is up 5 points, at least according to the poll that they were just looking at, both in Michigan and Pennsylvania, 2 huge states that if Kamala Harris wins, opens up all sorts of doors electorally for her. Pennsylvania especially, of course. I mean, it's goddamn. Talk about Pennsylvania way too much right now, but it does seem to be the sort of keystone to this whole election right now. You think it's practice? What does he need practice for? Just humor me here on this. What does Donald Trump need practice for? Dude, how many rallies has he done? I feel like I'm being conservative and saying by saying 200. My guess is he's done at least 200 rallies since he started running for president. And once again, I think that's a That is a conservative estimate. It's probably much higher. So, like, my question is, once again, what the fuck does Donald Trump need practice for? And what is he doing in Long Island, of all places? Because he's just not going. He's not going to win New York. To be frank, that's a lib take. What's a lib take? What is a lib take? Hold on, I'm trying to open up 538. You gotta hit up 538 at least, 2 or 3 times a week. Is it something that I said that was a lib take, you're saying? Or what? I'm confused. I feel like it probably wasn't. It was probably something. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think you're referring to Harry Enton. What he was saying about the border and the economy or whatever. I said I'm being conservative. Cancel me. I mean it in the mathematical sense. Not in a political sense. Yeah, if I switch to doing red pill streams, feel free to cancel me. But that won't be happening. Yeah, the problem is we're behind. We're behind. You're behind. By we, I mean you. All of you are behind by like nearly a minute, I think, right now. Every time it lags like it does in the beginning like that, the way it compensates is by shooting the entire chat backwards in time. It's very annoying, but it's real. Oh right, let's go to 538. Because there has been movement. In the polls. Big movement. Well, certainly since the, what do you call it? Since the debate, right? Definitely big movement. So let's go ahead and do kind of what we did last time. So the debate was on the 10th. Kamala had a 2.5-point lead at that time. Now, it's nearly a 3-point lead. As you can see, it has been steadily going up. Now let's look at the state by states here. Start in Arizona. Now here, things have tightened even more. And for Kamala, that is a good sign. Especially because back here, Donald Trump had a 1-point lead in Arizona on the day of the election. We were looking at that. And now, I mean, they're practically on top of each other here. 0.4 lead for Trump. That lead has practically evaporated. Let's go here to Georgia real quick. Here, on the 10th, Donald Trump, and actually right after he had a 1-point lead, but right here he had a 0.8 lead on September 10th. And now is down. He's halved that lead. Or Kamala Harris has halved that lead, honestly, after that debate performance. So you can see here, both states we've looked at so far, Arizona and Georgia, which were barely in the conversation when Joe Biden was the nominee, are now looking more and more like they could go for Kamala Harris. All right, sorry, where are we going next? Michigan. As you can see here in Michigan, things have really moved. Here's the September 10th. Kamala Harris was comfortably 1.7 points in the lead here on but now she's at 1.8. As you can see, she had lost a little bit of momentum here, but now looking better and better here as the race. And as you can see, going back here, right? This is, what is this? July 26th. Kennedy was still in the race. You can see that the amount of support that both candidates had here was in the low 40s range, 44, 43. But now the amount of votes that are actually counted up are starting to really tick up quickly here. Kamala is also, as you can see, nearly at 50%, 48.2. It's, I think, the highest either candidate has polled. Yeah, it's the highest either candidate has polled in the state of Michigan up to this point, which is, you know, that should be a good sign, you would think. All right, now let's go to let's go to Nevada. On the 10th, it was dead even. Actually, on the 10th, Trump had a 0.1% lead. Now, in Nevada, Kamala Harris has a 0.6% lead. This is huge. I mean, since the debate, her numbers are going up, and fast. And this is partly why I think Donald Trump is resigning himself to doing rallies in New York. I think he's sick of getting shot at. He's done this whole presidential race 3 times. Now, North Carolina here is still dead even. Even here, actually, Harris has a 0.1% lead, but it's fluctuated multiple times since then, as you can see. So it's anybody's game in North Carolina right now, seemingly. Now let's go to Pennsylvania. And as you can see, Kamala Harris's lead is increasing. Now this isn't the 5% that we saw in that statistic that CNN showed us just a moment ago. But this is, of course, these 538 state overviews are, of course, aggregation of all of the different polling. As you can see here, Kamala only had a 0.5 point lead on the night of the debate, and now has a 1.9 point lead in Pennsylvania. That's huge. That's a 4x. That's a factor of 4 times, right? Well, not quite, or nearly 4 times. 1.9, right? Was it 1.9 down? Yeah, it's huge. It's a huge change. Why is it? It won't let me go all the way over. But yeah, it's. Point is, this thing is moving. Actually, I'm just realizing that there's like some sort of weird. Yeah, you have to go like all the way over on the page to actually see it. Hold on. Let me just double check something. Just to make sure I've done all these correctly. No, I'll check it after this. Let's go. Let's go last one. Let's go Wisconsin. 10th. Alright, she had 2.4 here on the 10th. It's now 2.7. So she's up. She's up in Wisconsin. She's practically up in every single fucking state. I think she's not just practically. I think she's literally up in every single state that we just looked at. That is big news. That's big news for Kamala. This is huge. All right. Now let's quickly talk about a couple of other things. It's going to be a shorter stream than usual because of the fact that, started hella late tonight. Let's go here. If you didn't hear, the United States Federal Reserve has decided to finally cut interest rates for the first time in years. And they have actually decided, contrary to what I thought was going to happen, to do a half-point interest rate cut, suggesting that they believe the labor market and other economic conditions are weaker than previously believed. Let's go here. BBC.
Now then, as we mentioned just before the break, there has been some breaking news in the past few minutes. In a significant move for the US economy, the Federal Reserve has cut interest rates for the first time in 4 years. Let's speak to our North America business correspondent, Rakita Gupta. Hello to you. Please break down this decision for us and any initial reactions. I know the news has just broken.
Well, Sarah, it was a super-sized cut. So we got a 50 basis point cut to interest rates and a promise of another 50 basis point cut by year end. So we're taking us to the target range now of 4.75 to 5%. That's down from 5.25 to 5.5. And this is the first cut in over 4 years. And if we look at the market reaction to this, initially we did get a knee-jerk reaction of stocks going higher off the back of this. It was seen as a fairly dovish cut here.
Why does that keep happening?
Here, and the dollar also falling off the back of it. The Federal Reserve also saying that it sees interest rates at 4.4% at the end of the year and 3.4% in 2025.
Just take us through the significance of this particular drop, and as you say, a big drop.
Yes, it was a historical decision, and partly because there was so much indecisiveness going into this, whether we would get a 25 basis point cut or a 50 basis point cut. And we got the more aggressive 50 basis point cut, but usually there is much more consensus around this, and the Fed would signal that to the market ahead of time. But we didn't get that in this case. Perhaps the Fed itself did not know what it was going to do. But again, the first rate cut in over 4 years since the pandemic.
No, yeah, I mean, it's not perhaps. The Fed didn't know what they were going to do. They said it out loud. They said straight up. They had no idea what they were going to do. They've been saying it over and over again. Data dependent, data dependent. We have no actual plans. It all depends on the numbers. And it would seem the numbers are telling them that they need to cut rates. So, well, our monetary overlords have decided. We get lower interest rates now. Will they continue to cut interest rates after this? Hard to say. But it will at least provide some relief on different credit markets for some people who have credit cards, car loans, mortgages, and things like that. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I need to do next. Let's do this one. This is King 5 Seattle from 8 hours ago. Like I was saying earlier, I think it was Monday, Boeing was discussing the possibility of furloughing its employees over the machinist strike. And it would appear that that is what is going to happen.
Boeing says it is moving ahead with employee furloughs. It is a cost-saving move as the company pauses production and prepares for a possible long-term strike by its machinist union. In a letter to all Boeing employees this morning, CEO Kelly Ortberg said selected employees will take a 1-week furlough every 4 weeks on a rolling basis. This will be for the duration of the strike. All benefits will continue. Ortberg also says he and his leadership team will take a commensurate pay reduction for the duration of the strike.
Okay. Oops, clicked the wrong thing.
Well, hi there, Preston. I can tell you this. They are being tight-lipped about that location. And
okay, now, that machinist strike, which we have been talking about now, which there was, in fact, negotiations going on, but Boeing turned down the offer from the union, so the union went on strike, and at a recent strike happening outside of one of Boeing's facilities, I believe in the Seattle area, security guard pulled a gun out on one of the striking machinists.
Well, hi there, Preston. I can tell you this. They are being tight-lipped about that location and also tight-lipped about any progress, if that's being made, at the bargaining table. But a lot of chatter, I should say, about two incidents involving the strike. One, potential furloughs at Boeing, as well as a gun incident in SeaTac.
It ain't right. You don't show your gun to picketers. It doesn't make sense.
It happened here at the SeaTac strike location. Deputies responded to reports of protesters blocking access to the Boeing distribution center. They say the gun wasn't pointed at anyone specifically, and the guard with the gun drove away.
That definitely wasn't right.
Jeff Kearney wasn't here, but he heard all about it.
Yeah, it was wild, I heard.
And the Striking Workers Union international president, who traveled to Washington to join workers on the picket line, heard about it too.
I just heard about it this morning. It's very unfortunate that, probably a hired security guard would choose to, brandish a weapon.
In a statement,
Yeah, no kidding. Boeing said this was an unacceptable incident and the contract security guard involved will not be returning to Boeing. Okay. Well, at least that's, would seem to put an end to that situation. But the strike continues. Hopefully none of them will be threatened with violence for, just practicing their civic duty, essentially, as laborers. As, part of the workforce. There's literally nothing wrong. It's certainly nothing that would rise to bringing a gun out. Just, it mystifies me so much that I just feel like I don't have a response to it. It's like, who the hell... I mean, I'm just glad, I'm just glad it's kind of, hopefully, not going to be a repeat situation. Seems like this wasn't Boeing policy, thankfully. A-cab, even rent-a-cabs. Make a fair point. All right. So yeah, like I said, this is gonna be a quick show. Let's do one. Let's do one or two more quick stories here in America. First, let's go to Canada. Still North America, so don't forget Canada's part of that group. Where, in fact, an airline company figured out how to avoid a strike and avoid people pointing guns. Let's see how they did that. Must have been magic or something.
For Air Canada customers with travel plans, the last few days have been worrying. Concerns about a pilot strike or lockout that could have started this weekend. Instead, a settlement. Good news, say these travelers in Calgary.
I'm extremely excited.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm really, really happy to hear that.
The pilots union at Air Canada struck a tentative deal on a deadline.
And I think that what's happened here is great for Air Canada, even greater for pilots.
Air Canada says the deal provides a framework for the future growth of the airline. A source tells Global News pilots will receive what amounts to a pay raise of 41.7%, cumulative over 4 years.
You might be thinking to yourself, geez, those numbers sound very familiar. Well, that's because it's almost exactly the same exact... It's minus a couple of details. The exact same as the deal which Boeing machinists had put on the table for Boeing management, which they declined. It's funny. Funny how that is. If airports would just hire magicians, that would solve a lot. It's a good point. It's a good point. All right. Let's just quickly go to this story, talk about state of housing, CBS News, on higher prices and shrinkflation in the rental and housing market.
I think it's wrong to dangle this huge
Whoa.
prize money, a $5 million carrot.
Wait, why is this not on my list? What is this? Oh my god, this is the Mr. Beast thing. Take it all back. We can talk about this Mr. Beast thing. Mr. Beast. I totally forgot because I threw this in right at the end. This came out right before the stream, but we're talking about labor practices. We might as well talk about this one. Mr. Beast. What have you been doing now?
I think it's wrong to dangle this huge prize money, a $5 million carrot, in front of people's faces who really need it and take advantage. I don't think it's okay to actually shoot shows that are like the Hunger Games.
Well, it's not the Hunger Games, but Beast Games. That's at the center of the lawsuit here. Amazon MGM Studios announced the show and its $5 million cash prize. Now 5 people are taking the company that produces Mr. Beast's show and Amazon to court in California. They cite poor working conditions. Reps for Mr. Beast, Amazon, another production company, another one, listed in the suit. All
poor working conditions for a show based on the Hunger Games. Not the Hunger Games. The Squid Games. Squid Games movie, or series. It was, god damn it. This is, who could have, seriously, who could have foreseen that?
declined to comment. NBC's Yasmin Vasugian is all over this for us. Walk us through some of the specific allegations here, Yasmin.
So we were looking through the filing here, Tom. By the way, Mr. Beast, a huge YouTube star. My kids even watching him, for instance. You mentioned it, 316 million followers here, also known as Jimmy Donaldson. Some of the specifics of the allegations that are made here, and I want to be clear, these are in fact allegations, were in fact redacted in the filing. But let me read for you some of what they said here. As you mentioned, shamelessly exploited, contestants, quote unquote, unreasonable and unsafe conditions. Again, all of these allegations, more of the specifics that we're getting here, penning contestants into enclosed spaces, underfed, overtired contestants, stressful, exhausting challenges for cash. By the way, the prize money for this reality show is in fact $5 million. The reality show that being filmed is Beast Games, by the way, still currently being filmed. And so that is what they're talking about. Really, all of these contestants here kind of vying for this $5 million cash prize. Insufficient.
Yeesh. Mr. Beast. All that money. Can't just treat people decently, huh, pal? Come on. Come on! Okay. Quick break. Hope everybody's enjoying this show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done all of those things, do consider becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. Yes, indeed. The Patreon. All sorts of benefits there waiting for you. Just a few US dollars a month. I would point out that A large portion of the Galactic income comes from Patreon and is an integral part to all of this. So do consider it, because not only does it help in keeping the Galactic News Network alive, but you also get just an incredible number of benefits. Alright chat, enjoy this quick break and I'll be right back.
Narwhal _by_ nature just cheered 300 bits.
Okay, I'm back. Oh shit. Oh, hey. Narwhal by Nature just donated 300 bits. Thanks, Narwhal. I appreciate you. That's super awesome of you. Alright. Let's go back to the space station. Well, let's cover a few environmental stories here. Let's start in Hawaii. Keihan 2 news from a day ago. Kilauea eruption resumes. Volcano alert raised from advisory to watch.
Hot right now.
Oh, gotta hydrate.
We start on the Big Island. Kilauea volcano is once again erupting. Officials say it started at 6 this evening within a remote area of Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. This is the second eruption at Kilauea within the last 24 hours. It briefly erupted last night between 9 and 10 o'clock. Scientists say the eruption does not pose an immediate threat. A chain of Craters Road has been closed.
And there's also a fire going on in Hawaii, so I figured we'd look here too. This is Hawaii news from a day ago.
Ridge of Kalihi Valley, Mauka of Fort Shafter, firefighters are battling a slow-moving brush fire near Parks Road. HFD says the fire is scorched mostly ground cover and pine needles so far. It's burned about 6 acres. HFD upgraded the alarm and is now doing water drops. We'll let you know as soon as we get any new information.
Well, I hope everybody in Hawaii stays safe with the eruption and the fire going on. Okay, now let's go to the mainland. Here's Fox 13 Seattle from a day ago. Ocean Shores battles erosion crisis as Washington shoreline vanishes.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Millions of dollars in local infrastructure, livelihoods, and a vacation destination. Thousands call it home
and they're sick by a threat that's only getting bigger as we speak.
Erosion is steadily swallowing the ocean shore's coastline, quickly trumping mitigation efforts. Fox 13's Lauren Donovan spoke with the people tasked with finding a solution before a beloved community is lost.
Proximity to the ocean pulls thousands to live and visit ocean shores, but it's that very draw that could wipe this place from the map. Aerial footage from the past 40 years documents the disappearance of the coastline. Just watch as the waves eat away at the bay here. Now, the Army Corps of Engineers construction of the North Jetty, you see it circled in red. That changed everything, and now Ocean Shore city leaders are racing against time to find a solution.
We held our breath, storm after storm after storm.
When you make the coastline your home, you live at its mercy.
We've gotten a mulligan year after year. We haven't had the significant storm events that I experienced early in my career. If we have a 2006 storm hit this shoreline today, those houses behind you are going to suffer damage. There's no doubt in my mind.
The town with ocean in its name, the seaside city boasting its bond to the surf, is being eaten away by it. And Ocean Shore city leaders like Marshall Reed certainly don't have their heads in the sand about this reality.
We are 15 to 20 years behind what has occurred out at Washaway Beach.
A nickname for the ill-fated community of North Cove that is no more. Settled back in 1854 at the mouth of nearby Willapa Bay. As the decades passed, swells swallowed homes, stealing lighthouses and livelihoods in a single gulp.
It's been an ongoing problem for the last 20, 25 years.
Engineers with the Army Corps tell me erosion's always posed a risk to waterfront homeowners.
But this year it kind of hit the head where there was a bunch of properties and the roadway and the water tower that was nearby that was kind of right on the edge of getting impacted.
This past
And the thing is if you look at a map of Washington State on the coast, there's a ton of coast, right? But it's all very sort of, what's the word? There's like a word for this. But hold on. There's like a bunch of almost like cauliflower sort of looking coastline around Washington. So there's a lot of exposed area to erosion. But there's no other way for me to think of how to explain it. I know there's got to be a better one, but I just can't think of it.
After waves stole somewhere between 30 to 40 yards of shoreline, city crews scrambled to protect jeopardized property, as well as their precious water supply. Marshall Reed led the efforts to build what he calls a sacrificial berm. Excavators on the defense moved mountains of sand.
And we had crews out here in the middle of the night plugging holes in the berm and trying to deliver more sand and get things to where they were stable.
With the Army Corps' help, they laid these 1-ton super sacks. But as you can see, even those were eclipsed by the swells.
So if we were standing here, we would be underwater.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Erosion is a natural occurrence.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But it's being made worse by man-made climate change. What do you think of the new get up here, chat? You like the new additions? Just been trying to class the place up, you know? Trying to keep the galaxy classy. Alright, where were we? Alright, Washington State. Let's go inland to Colorado. Rock slide on Colorado Highway delays semi-crash cleanup on Interstate 70 in Glenwood Canyon.
Right now,
Oops,
road
that's the wrong
crews are
thing to
working to
click.
clear a rock slide on Highway 40. It's impacting traffic in Routt County near Milner, west of Steamboat Springs. There is a detour in place in that area. This rock slide is also having an impact on traffic in other parts of the state as well, including along I-70 near Glenwood Canyon. That's where a semi-truck crashed on Tuesday morning, snarled traffic. CDOT crews will need to reschedule a planned closure to clean that crash site up until they get the rock slide on Highway 40 cleaned up first. The crash caused a 12-hour closure yesterday. CDOT says it will give everyone a heads up before closing I-70 for debris removal.
Yeesh. It was all caused by a rock slide, and the fact is I don't know if you've ever driven around the Colorado area, but many of these highways are directly adjacent to massive sheer cliffs, and so these sorts of things, well, they can happen. You think it's classed up? You still have questions about the helices? The helices. What in the actual F are you talking about? Wait, on the picture? Is that what you're talking about? On my sort of screensaver on my wall TV? Is that what you're talking about? Like the background? Those helices? People have been talking about helixes or helices, whatever it is, time and time again, and I just did not know what any of you were referring to. I think those are space wind power turbines. Okay. This could go in multiple places. This could have gone in the election coverage, but let's do it here. CBS News from a day ago. Pennsylvania struggling with low energy prices.
What?
What does that even mean? Let's find out.
Process of fracking, where fluid is injected in underground rock formations to extract oil and gas, has been much discussed in the 2024 presidential campaign because it's a component of the economy in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania. But residents there say the presidential conversation often misses the mark when it comes to energy logistics and pricing. In southwestern Pennsylvania, natural gas prices have dropped roughly 80% in the last 2 years after they increased when Russia began its invasion of Ukraine. Given that more than a third of the residents live in counties where that gas is extracted, a drop in prices means people who signed off to allow drilling on their property aren't getting paid as much. The decline in prices also means a decline in jobs as the industry slows. Rebecca Elliott is an energy correspondent for the New York Times.
Yeah, that's enough, though. That's enough, I think, for us to go from here. And, yeah, I mean, the fact is this is a political issue in the United States because people make, at least some group of people, make a ton of money from this. But the fact is, we shouldn't be basing our politics upon this sort of short-term, profit-based shit when it comes to our politics. You know, like, I know some people might be sad, but they need to, those people who might be sad need to consider some shit, like the environment. Because the fact is, the supply of natural gas in that area is not even, it's not limited, it's limitless. It's not going to go on forever. They can't, you know. And the fact is if they were to attempt to keep it going on forever, it would undoubtedly destroy the planet. You believe me? That's good. That's good. I mean, I definitely didn't make it up just now when you asked. And I see what you mean, though. There's less when you look at it here. I have to fix that. Look, it's sometimes with this stream, trial and error with some of this stuff, you know? It's like a ongoing art project. Is it blurry? Do you have it on the right setting? Make sure you're on 1080p, everyone. We do stream in 1080p. The most phenomenal galactic viewing experience possible. Alright, now let's go south to the Carolinas. We were talking about this Monday, how this storm was heading to the Carolinas, how it was already causing flooding there. Well, things got pretty weird there. Let's see how this went.
Now to the life-threatening flash flooding in the Carolinas. Let's go to Faith Abube at Carolina Beach in North Carolina with the impact
Jesus
of this historic rain.
Christ.
Good morning to you, Faith.
Yeah, good morning to you, Robin. The Carolina Beach area is still under a state of emergency. We're told more than 60 people have been rescued so far, and you can see why. The water is starting to recede, but there are multiple vehicles that are stalled or flooded along this roadway. We are seeing a lot of water still left to go. There are also lawn chairs, picnic tables, garbage bins that have been washed into the roadways. Some of these neighbors had about 4 feet of water on their property at one point yesterday, and now they have a lot of cleanup left to do.
This morning, life-threatening flash flooding from a powerful, slow-moving system, dumping more than 1.5 feet of rain on parts of the Carolinas.
Jesus
Authorities
Christ.
declaring a state of emergency for Carolina Beach.
These
just south
pictures
of
are
Wilmington.
wild.
AccuWeather storm chasers in Southport finding submerged cars and a bridge
Just
overwhelmed
sudden
by
lake.
surging floodwaters.
Oh, that thing's gone.
Oh, this bridge is collapsing right here, and this truck the Jeep just fell into the bridge right here, guys.
Across the state,
I gotta say, if that wasn't staged, that dude was a complete dick. Like, I don't mean that the sinking of the Jeep itself was staged, but that, like, video. Because if there was, like, I'm pretty sure there must have been somebody in that Jeep. It was on the road. He's just like, hey, I need to take a selfie here, guys. Look at this truck in the middle of the road.
homeowners like Hunter Varnon stunned by the speed of it all.
I've seen a lot of hurricanes, but I've never seen the water stack up this high, this fast.
We spoke to drivers who've been stuck on Highway 17 for hours, every few minutes running into sections like this that are flooded or flat out impassable.
I'm going to try to make it home. I want to do that.
Yeah, and Michael, there's a house just behind me around the corner where the
I love how the selfie is always more important than the actual thing that's happening. That's where we're at right now. Let's quickly look at this. As many of the ocean front homes in the Carolinas are getting absolutely battered.
Rough conditions pummeling a row of homes in Rodanthe that are now on the verge of falling into the ocean. They have been for some time. In fact, 7 other homes in that area have collapsed along the Outer Banks over the past 4 years due to erosion and that surf coming under the homes. WRAL's climate change reporter Liz McLaughlin shows us the damage from this latest storm.
An eroding beach and one of these homes called front row seats. Indeed, a front row to the changing climate.
Wow.
As each wave, despite it being low tide right now, taking away these homes piece by piece. The bank that foreclosed on this Rodanthe home hired Mark Gray with WM Dunn Construction to tear down the house before it collapses.
It's just a mess.
But the ocean may get there first, as high winds, king tides, and a nasty storm have increased pressure on this entire row of houses.
Overnight, the beach is gone. 2, 3, 4 feet of sand, completely gone. It's changed the whole dynamics of this thing.
The homes are in front of what used to be G.A. Kohler Street, now a pile of sand.
Oh my god, 3 or 4 feet. I assume he's talking about in height, right?
And saltwater flooded roads are a new normal for residents.
Yeah, it looks like it washed out the whole dune behind it.
Potential collapse of the house, but everything's changed now. The house falls, there's no beach to get on to clean it up, so I don't.
Jeez. There's a situation you don't want to be in. Gotta say though, amidst climate change, living on the coast is essentially. I mean, there's a lot of people who you know moved to the coast before there was a lot of talk about climate change, but you know, at this point, anybody moving there basically signing a contract for future problems. Alright, let's go here. CBS Miami. South Florida and Texas are working together to save coral reefs. Let's see what's up here.
All right, the latest effort to save coral reefs is one that will stretch from South Florida all the way to Texas.
As CBS News Miami's photojournalist Adam Spunt shows you, he explains why this mission is so very important.
You know, if you haven't seen what's underwater, you just have no comprehension of how amazing it is.
Because corals are really, really important. Most of the time when we live here on land, we don't think about things in the ocean.
8A, so that's you.
Today, we have a really exciting operation that we're calling Operation Coral Rescue, where we're taking about 300 individuals of corals from here in Florida and taking them to Texas.
So we have representative genotypes from throughout the region of Florida, and they are basically a safeguard in case climate change continues to really change the way our coral reefs look. All right, does that close out this box?
One of the species that we're taking is an endangered species of coral, and there's a large genetic stock of that species here that has been maintained by the Nova Southeastern University. We're going to replicate those genotypes and have them in Texas.
Corals protect our coastlines. They break up the wave action and really dissipate that energy. So especially when we face really big storms and hurricanes. These corals also offer so much habitat to the marine life that we have in Florida. It's vital for food. It's vital for a healthy ecosystem. 8A. So that's
Yeah, he's absolutely right. These corals are a essential part of the not just the marine ecosystem, but the entire Earth. Since the oceans basically feed the rest of the Earth. What am I doing? Sorry, I had to switch. I just gotta look at my new statue. It's just, I just think it's great. It could just be me. All right, let's go to this. Now, if you recall, Donald Trump seems to think that electric boats not only are too heavy to float, they also attract sharks. In contravention of all of that, let's look at this.
This electric hydrofoil boat traveled 420 nautical miles within 24 hours. A new milestone, according to the CEO of Candela, the maker.
It's too heavy, everybody. It's so heavy that it literally isn't even... I mean, I know part of it's in the water, but look, I mean, it looks like it's not in the water.
The watercraft. Gustav Hasselskog, who piloted the boat between Stockholm and the Baltic island of Åland, says it proves how far the technology has come.
The key thing that we really wanted to prove is that you can drastically reduce emissions and you can save a lot of money by going electric.
Leveraging innovative hydrofoil technology, Candela's C8 lifts above the water on wings. That reduces energy consumption by 80% compared to conventional electric boats. The average speed during the trip was 17 knots, including charging breaks.
What we wanted to do was to prove that you can go electric with a ferry all that distance, because in the past, those few electric boats and ferries that you see, they tend to go very short distances. And with the technology we have with hydrofoils and a very lightweight design, we can greatly improve the range. So,
yeah, and this particular electric hydrofoil boat has set a distance milestone, which I believe is just the same thing as a record. We have 20 likes. Okay, hold on, I'll deal with that. But yeah. Strange, because I could have sworn that this boat would have been swarmed by sharks while sinking into the water. Instead, it was basically floating somehow.
It's science.
Let's see here. What else we got to talk about? Alright, let's go across the ocean to Europe, to Portugal, in fact, and take a look at some of this, as Portugal is currently on fire.
So hot right now.
Whoa, why did my mouse just stop working? Come on. Okay. Guess I'll just do this. Wait, what's happening? No, wait. What? Did both of these get taken down? What's happening? What is happening? Oh. No. There it is.
Tonight, at least 7 people are dead and more than 50 hurt as wildfires burn across Portugal. The sky there looking like it could be Mars. Look at this. Firefighters are battling dozens of fires across the country, and it's the smoke, everything else, that's making the sky look that way. The wildfires have destroyed dozens of homes and have forced people to evacuate. Now you've got other countries in Europe stepping in to help. Here's Josh Letterman.
Out-of-control flames sweeping across Portugal, whipped up by intense winds and scorching heat, engulfing tens of thousands of acres and turning the sky an eerie red. Authorities saying today that at least 7 people are dead, including a number of firefighters, among the roughly 5,000 risking their lives to battle the blazes. Dozens of separate fires raging at once, some seen here from satellites in space.
Jesus
this time-lapse
Christ.
video from Madeira showing how quickly the flames grew, continuing to metastasize throughout the night, and sending smoke billowing across the mountains as the sun came up the next morning.
The wind is strong, especially in the mountains, and this is a build-up, of course, of many situations, very parameters that combine together and create a cocktail.
Why does this keep happening? You see this ridiculousness? We're being repressed.
Conditions.
It's just the latest wildfire crisis to hit Europe this summer, as global warming helped spur flames in Greece and Albania. Portugal now asking its neighbors for help. France, Italy, and Greece all sending firefighting planes and other resources. And
Yeesh. Okay. Well, it seems like things in Portugal are not going great. This is the latest video of all that.
Deadly wildfires in central and northern Portugal have pushed emergency services to the limit, as much-needed reinforcements are anticipated to arrive on Wednesday. At least 7 people have died due to the blazes in 2 districts, while dozens of houses have been destroyed and tens of thousands of hectares of forest and scrubland consumed. Morocco is sending up to 4 heavy water bombing aircraft that are expected to arrive in Portugal on Wednesday. Spain, Italy, and France have already sent 2 water bombing aircraft each after the Portuguese government requested help under the EU Civil Protection Mechanism.
The firefighters didn't come here, they spread out in the area. They can't be everywhere, you know. Wow, these guys are out there with a garden hose. We are trying. You know, they're trying very hard, and then as they don't have food or water, we're trying to help. Sorry, I'm trying to. Smoke from the fires and the smell of burnt wood has reached across the border into northwest Spain. Feel bad, but you can never feel good with smoke. Yeesh. Captain Planet does not seem appropriate for this footage. Captain Planet, we need Captain Planet more than ever. Okay. That much is clear. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? We need Captain Planet. Oh, you said does seem, not doesn't. I thought you said doesn't. Then yes, I agree with what you're saying. I do. Shit. Well, this is bad. This is annoying to me. I guess I'll do this. Well, that's going to be incredibly annoying to me. Alright. Fine. Let's go on to this. In London. Actually, wait. Sorry. This is... I totally forgot about this one. Distracted. So according to this, Portugal has declared a state of emergency. Okay. You really want Worf? Sorry, we didn't get Worf. We were close to Worf. We got Goku. Goku's 17 and Worf is 19. Let's go to England. Sorry, not London. England. Channel 4 news from 8 hours ago. How sea mud could help fight climate change. Sea mud? That doesn't sound right. Mud fighting climate change?
The vast mudlands of the Wash off Norfolk, where the eye can scarcely compute its scale, nor the brain absorb the wildlife which depends on Britain's dominant marine environment. Mud. Square mile upon square mile of mud. Out here somewhere lie the lost crown jewels of King John centuries ago. But tonight we reveal vast new riches shown up by modern science and the conservation organisations RSPB, WWF and the Wildlife Trusts. Here in the Wash, it's mud, mud as far as the eye can see. Glorious, of course. And we know how valuable
Yes,
mud
of
is
course.
for our worms, crustaceans and wading birds. But we've had exclusive access to a report published tomorrow which shows that humble sea mud could be more valuable in terms of storing carbon for the UK than all of our forests. These huge flocks of birds point to rich food out here in the mudflats. The shore littered with seashells underlines that. But the carbon store discovered in tomorrow's report is quite simply staggering. Called blue carbon, stored in mudflats, the product of millions of tons of decaying plant and animal life down the centuries.
We found that 244 million tons of carbon is stored there. And to put that in perspective, it's actually good to look at how much we think is added every year, and that's potentially up to 13 million tons of carbon, which is in the range of 2 to 3 times more than forests.
Wider scientific sampling like this of our seabed continues, but tonight's research is now fully mapped on and offshore mudflats. No other country has done this.
It's the dominant marine habitat around the UK Isles, and it's mostly out of sight, and I think that's why it's so largely ignored. It's below the sea surface, and then when you look at it, it looks like there's nothing there because all the animals are living within that mud, but it's a really important habitat.
So what's the problem? After all, few things look as untouched as large mudflats.
It does look pretty
They're
untouched.
safe, they've always been there. They're not under threat, are they?
It's very hard to find any undisturbed seafloor mud around the UK or globally. We've been trying to find some undisturbed habitat to look at for some of the projects I'm involved in, and it's actually incredibly difficult to find undisturbed mud, and it's because...
That's unfortunate. But the numbers are pretty incredible. If that is true, you would think Channel 4 wouldn't just randomly come out and start saying random shit. I haven't done a ton of research into this or anything yet. But that is very interesting, not gonna lie. Mud. Better at holding carbon than forests. Wouldn't have been my guess. Oh, God. Let's see. What's next? We might have to talk about some of these tomorrow, because once again, I'm trying to make this a quick stream. But, let's quickly look at the state of Central Europe after these floods. And not really after. I mean, they're kind of done, seemingly. Well, kind of.
The worst floods to hit Central Europe this century. Hundreds of thousands of homes without electricity in the Czech Republic. Days of heavy rainfall resulted in rivers bursting their banks in Austria, Romania and Poland. Warnings were issued, but evacuation was the only course of action. The damage could not have been prevented. Authorities tried to control the flow of water, but when dams burst, there was little they could do. The Polish Prime Minister said his government has allocated $260 million to deal with the damage. The government has declared it a natural disaster.
I have turned to the finance minister, and for now we have secured money for the needs of the places and people affected by the flooding. At this point we have $260 million.
The historical town of Kłachko was left with no safe drinking water, and parts of it had no electricity after a dam burst.
There were warnings the day before that there was going to be a small wave, but when it turned out it was a big wave, it was too late. We had about 3 or 4 hours to pack and get out, so we got a bit of stuff out. Then the streets were already closed because the water was rising.
They're salvaging what they can, clearing mud from their premises and navigating the damaged streets.
In Poland...
Okay. I think I have a sore throat. I don't have a sore throat. I don't have a sore throat. It's just how I talk. Let's go. Let's go to Vietnam. Wait, Vietnam? I know. Where's Hanoi? Hanoi's in Vietnam, right? Hold on. It's Vietnam or Thailand. I know that. Vietnam. Okay, I was right. Alright. Let's go to Vietnam and look at some of the devastation that was brought down on this area due to Typhoon Yagi, which just got done sort of devastating the entire Southeastern Asian region. Oh shit, I need to replace the batteries on this thing. So that's supposedly a city street in Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam. I'm dubious. It looks more like a river or something. Well, I hope everybody's still enjoying the stream so far. It's nice to take these short breaks in the pool. It's very relaxing for the muscles. You too could relax in this pool by becoming a patron on Patreon. That's right. You get a personal avatar, GIF, pic, whatever your choice, right here, next to me. Or here. Or here. Or even here. Although nobody's chosen this one yet. This seems to be the most popular spot to stick your patron gifts, which only $3 a month will get you, plus shoutouts, exclusive content, and much, much more. So do consider that. Link in the chat and in my YouTube and Twitch bios. Alright, enjoy this quick space break and I'll be right back. When GSL breaks big, alley will be $5 level, pool will be 400K. It's a first come first served basis. I'm going fully on a sort of, what do you call it? Legacy. If you're here from the beginning and you wanted to be in the pool, well, then you can be in the pool. If you get here, if you find us too late on, you're gonna have to hang out somewhere else, you know? But thankfully, all these spots, at least in my opinion, are pretty great. Also, I would point out that, you know, you can see when you look at the pool, you can see so much from the pool, right? You can see the bar all the way over here on the right-hand corner. You can see the beach. You can also see the zoomed-in version of. But then, yeah, you got the bar here, but you can see the bar itself from over here. So if you're hanging out at the bar, you can still be seen from the pool. And there's still tons of room in this pool right now, so I'm not worrying about it, you know? Just not worrying about it. Anyway, we gotta get back to it, chat. Okay, I'm back. Let's do this. Final half, everybody. But this global news half is gonna be, well, it's gonna go in depth on at least one thing in particular. The sketchy alley? You think the alley is sketchy? But me and Gary are in the alley. That makes it a great alley. The very best. I only hang out in the very best alleys. Alright, little space news here.
What did you learn today? So today, at the end of this day, may we all say, we learned a lot about these remarkable women who exemplified the best.
Hold on, sorry. Stream software just decided to shit the bed suddenly. Do you see more people dancing in the building? I changed it to mess with people. Mo and Noah gets it. She knows. She knows. It's true. You know, sometimes there's party in the lake house. Sometimes there's not. You know, sometimes the lake house is just a chill, relaxing place to hang out. Other times it's a rager-fueled get together, if you will. I know you can't see. I know, that's why we're paused. I know. I know. I know. How's everybody doing, though? Seriously, tell me. Tell me things about yourself. How's your life? The voice isn't helping the alley? Why? Come on. Come on. Come on. The voice is great, and the alley is even better. You noticed the Medusa statue. Ooh, yes. The Medusa statue. It's new. I think it's bold. But we needed space symmetry up in here. We had the statue on the one side of the room, so I decided to get another statue in here. It feels right. I would zoom on it. I would zoom on it for you if I could. Right now, this software is just being a butt. So we're just talking. We're just talking with each other. It's good. The Trump voice doesn't help? Wow. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. What's the statue on the other side? It's a great question you asked there. It is a, what's it called? A I want to say Triforce, but I know that's not it. I can't think of it now. Spacewood. It's Spacewood. It's a Kokobo. It's a space Kokobo desk. Feels like I'm grifting and forgetting to hide my space wealth. The only reason that I have the space money to do all this is because of the patrons. Without that, I wouldn't be able to afford such fine things. But I also, you know, I'm also handy. I make a lot of the things on the spaceship. I'm a handy guy. I make things. Who's to say I didn't steal the statue?
Illegal.
Hush. Oh, hey, nice. It's working. It's working again. Okay, here. Since it's working again, there's a zoom on the statue. Alright, now let's go and talk about the congressional medals which were given out to NASA's hidden figures. Meaning women. Figured we'd watch a little portion of this for some space justice.
What did you learn today? So today, at the end of this day, may we all say we learned a lot about these remarkable women who exemplified the best of what humanity can offer. Hidden no more. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Christopher Coons, United States Senator from Delaware.
Good afternoon. It is such a blessing to be with you here in Emancipation Hall and to have just a moment to thank and recognize everyone who played a role in making this happen today. To my colleagues who've just spoken, as well as Senator Murkowski and former Senator, now Vice President Harris, getting this through the Senate and having such great partners in the House, and Chairman Lucas and the late Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, was a great joy. To the families of Dr. Christine Darden, Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, Mary Jackson, and everyone who helped win the space race, despite the restrictions of gender and race, thank you. Thank you for being a part of our history that challenges us to recognize a simple truth. As the chaplain said in the outset, God distributes talent and genius across the entire human family evenly. Yet historically, in our nation, opportunity was not. This amazing book, this historic film, made clear for all of us in piercing ways the daily indignities, the barriers that were put up in the place of these women and so many others recognized today. And yet with persistence, with determination, with insight, with focus, they overcame. Our nation will not achieve its gifts and its greatness until we strip away all the remaining barriers so that everyone can have their contributions, their genius, and their skill seen.
Okay. And yes, they handed out a bunch of medals. It's a very long ceremony. We don't have time to watch the whole thing. But it seems like cosmic justice that I rolled for Jocelyn Bell Burnell today. She's here to witness this historical moment. Historic. Does it solve everything? No. But it's a step in the right direction. And these days I'll take some directional steps. Took you forever to patronize the stream. You patronized me? Oh, that's incredibly thoughtful of you. I appreciate it, Bruna. I will be sending you a message on Patreon later after the stream is over, asking you questions like what do you want your name to say, what do you want your patron pick and or gift to be, and yeah, feel free to take as much time as you want on that, but then once you do answer those questions, I will be able to actually apply those things to things like the shout out and the the scenes and whatnot, so make sure to respond as quick as possible when you actually know what you want. All right. What's next? Hold on. This is hella annoying. All right, there we go. Let's see. Once again, because it's a short stream, I think I'm gonna have to skip a couple here. Let's go to Scotland. It's been over 10 years since the independence referendum. Has anything changed since then?
Scotland was alive with democratic debate. There was a real sense of possibility and optimism about the future.
The general feeling
Don't do this
campaign
again.
is we've done enough because the momentum had been with us.
This is killing me.
Basically all of September, but well, we know that we haven't.
The point at which it was clear that the no side had won, I had expected to be like
do you know
running
what we're
around
here
with my
for?
t-shirt over my head like a footballer that just scored a goal because I was so invested in it and we'd worked so hard.
Yeah, I mean, I shed tears that night. My heart was literally breaking.
Hey, no comment chick. Thanks for the raid on Twitch. Much appreciated. Do you know what we're here for? Right now, we are here for the discussion about the Scottish referendum, which left Scotland still in the UK. As we quickly go through some of these global news headlines right now. How do I contact you? On Patreon? It's pretty easy. There's inside the Patreon app and on the website, there is a place for patrons and creators to message one another, essentially. So, pretty easy to find. If you manage to become a patron, I think it's as easy as that.
I got absolutely exhausted and I just felt relief.
In 2014, Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon were formidable allies who fell just short of victory. 10 years on, the two former First Ministers have fallen out and failed to achieve their primary goal.
My time is nearly over. But for Scotland, the campaign continues and the dream shall never die.
Alex Salmond decided during the referendum campaign he would have to stand down as leader if Yes lost.
You know, when you have a serious political reversal, somebody has to take responsibility. And of course, if you do, it's about the psychology of Scotland. You know, it's like, you know, why Robert the Bruce, the hero king, is hugely respected, who won, but William Wallace, who lost, was hanged, drawn and quartered, is loved. You know,
Freedom. Buffy Geek, welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. Official Space Fams on Twitch. By the way, we're still trying to get our subscriber numbers on YouTube up, so if you're new on Twitch, do consider taking a second to click the YouTube link in my Twitch About so that you can also subscribe. We're getting close. We're getting closer and closer. It feels like it was not long ago that we were practically just a tiny blip. 50 subscribers on YouTube. No longer.
Scotland likes when people are done down and rallies to their cause.
In retrospect, do you think it was the right decision for you to have gone?
No, it was the wrong decision. But then, you know, I wasn't to know then that the 10 years since would be wasted and political opportunities would go a-begging and for no apparent reason.
Who's to blame for missing the opportunity?
Well, the leadership, obviously. I mean, it's the people
Nicola
who led.
Sturgeon.
Well, I mean...
What do you see as her biggest misstep?
Well, I wouldn't have led people up to the top of the hill and back down again. I mean, I think she probably, you know, fired the gun too early.
I am as certain as it's...
Okay, that's enough of that. I mean, it's a fair point to be made here, but, you know, the voters spoke, technically, in that Scottish referendum. It feels like so long ago. Now, I mean, especially when you look at that footage, I mean, but it really wasn't that long. It was 2014, I think, that the referendum vote happened in Scotland. Whether or not it was a good or bad idea, I think is really left for Scottish people to answer, not me. But was it a bad political decision? Seemingly, I think the answer to that is yes. As you've seen recently, the sort of changes in the government there. SNP had a bad year in the elections. I think Labour took a bunch of seats unexpectedly in Scotland, a place that they had historically sort of just been shut out of to some degree. What are we doing now? Oh, that's what I was... Sorry, hold on. Let me move this window over here because I literally can't even go over and look at it right now because of all this nonsense. There we go. That's better. I can live with that. All right. Where are we? And how are we doing on time? We're gonna... This happened a long time ago. I know it did. I know it did. I just figured we would hit up something random here as we're going through these things, you know. I know it was eons ago. Alright, here to something that isn't from eons ago, but is still in the UK. Let's go here to Navarra Media to discuss a current situation going on with Keir Starmer, apparently.
If you want a sure sign that Keir Starmer's honeymoon is already over, it's this. The corporate media has finally decided it's worth reporting on his penchant for accepting valuable gifts from corporate donors. This has, of course, been a topic of reportage in the independent press for a while. In August last year, Open Democracy reported that in his first 4 years as opposition leader, Starmer accepted more freebies than all Labour leaders since 1997 combined. The freebies included days at the races, hospitality at Chelsea and Tottenham matches, tickets to an Adele gig, and 2 separate Coldplay concerts. The junkets were paid for by multimillionaires, gambling giants, online shopping apps, and construction companies. We, of course, picked up that story. But while Starmer was the man of the moment in Westminster, outside independent media, the story just didn't really catch on. Well, This weekend, that's changed. The Sunday Times had a big splash on Starmer breaking rules by not declaring clothes bought for his wife by multimillionaire Lord Ali. So the paper reports this. Ali, the former chairman of the online fashion retailer ASOS, whose wealth is estimated at £200 million, is Starmer's biggest personal donor. This year, he has given the Labour leader £18,000 worth of work clothes and several pairs of glasses. He also spent £20,000 on accommodation for Starmer during the election and a similar sum on private office costs.
Wow. Okay. I feel like Keir Starmer should be doing fine. He's been in government for a while, getting paid a decent sum of money to do that job. And yet we've seemingly got something of Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe. Harlan Crowe type of situation. Russell fucking Crowe. God damn. Some days. Oh yeah, I mean it feels very Harlan Crowe-esque, except instead of a somebody in the judiciary or you know, a judge, right? It's Prime Minister of England here, who's receiving a bunch of sweet benefits. Tell Starmer to get advice from Clarence Thomas. Apt comment. I wish you all weren't so far behind me. Makes me a little sad. Okay, let's move it along to... Where are we? Yes. Most of this global half is going to be taken up talking about that fucking cell phone situation. Or not cell phone. You know what I'm talking. Yeah, everybody knows what I'm talking about. All right. But let's 2 more stories here.
Hot right now.
Megastar wants me to hydrate. Thank you, Megastar. I shall do just that. It's important. I don't know if you know. Write that down. Hydrating, that is. Alright. Speaking of important things, an important piece of historical architecture, which survived World War II bombing, was recently destroyed in Russian aerial attacks. This is Associated Press from 13 hours ago.
This police unit is on its way to a destroyed church in Ukraine's Donetsk region. The sound of broken brick and glass could be heard as Ukraine's Special White Angel police officers walk amongst the rubble. The church's dome is completely destroyed.
This keeps happening. I don't understand. What even is this?
And several icons of Jesus Christ are left in ruins. The major of the unit says the church was built more than 110 years ago.
The destruction of churches started in Avdiivka, our native church in our native city. Now it's the church in Novoeconomic village that was hit and completely destroyed. Locals are saying that this church survived the Second World War but was destroyed by the Russian army. I think I said that okay. I think I managed to get through that word okay. Don't ask me to say it again. But, yeah, just continued. Unnecessary fighting happening over here. Vladimir Putin could stop at any time. Hydrating with hard seltzer. That sounds both delicious and a little fun. I support you. Oh no. What's happened? Help, help, I'm being repressed. There we go. Fixed it. That was close. That was close. What else do we have left? Oh, yeah. Let's look at this. Al Jazeera English 2 days ago. This is a story discussing the Philippines Coast Guard ship. If you recall, a number of months ago, it got into something of a situation with the Chinese Coast Guard, and was taken. I think it was literally just taken by the Chinese, and has now been returned to port as of 2 days ago here, which is something of the development. Seemingly China looking to mend fences? I don't know.
4 crew members of the Teresa Magbanwa were on stretchers when the Philippine Coast Guard vessel returned to port on Sunday after 5 months at sea. It was deployed to Sabina Shoal, about 140 kilometers off the province of Palawan, to monitor suspected island construction by the Chinese.
The 3 of them had dehydration. The other one was experiencing gout attack, which is presumably also related to dehydration. They even have to gather water dun sa air conditioning units.
Philippine authorities say they ran out of food and drinking water after China repeatedly prevented supply ships from reaching the crew. They accused the Chinese Coast Guard of deliberately ramming and damaging their boats. Beijing says Manila entered its waters by anchoring a vessel in an attempt to permanently occupy Sabina.
Well, at least China allowed them to go back and didn't start any further escalations here. But that all did seem pretty unnecessary to me. All the way over there in the Philippines, it's pretty far away. I mean, there's obviously places further away, but it shouldn't have been a thing. It should never have been a thing. Alright, now let's talk about all of this stuff that's been going on in the Middle East. Before we talk about the issue at hand currently, we talk at least a couple of things here just to get us on this topic. First, let's go to NBC Bay Area. This is from 2 days ago. Protesters, if you recall, blocked the Golden Gate Bridge earlier this year, protesting the genocide in Gaza and the U.S. support for it. They were all arrested, and there is now hearings, preliminary ones at least, happening for these protesters as the court is going ahead with the charges.
Some of the pro-Palestinian protesters who blocked the Golden Gate Bridge for hours back in April appeared before a judge this morning for preliminary hearings.
But they tried to make their case in the court of public opinion before heading into the courthouse. NBC Bay Area's Chris Sanchez joins us from our newsroom with more on how the hearing played out. Chris?
Well, it was quick, but it was rowdy as supporters of the Golden Gate 26, as they call themselves, they were lined up before the doors even opened at the San Francisco courthouse. Once inside, they repeated that call for San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins to drop the charges. Dozens of them packed the hallway outside those courtrooms chanting, "Drop the charges" and "Free Palestine." Members of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center, or AROC, were there decrying the serious nature of those charges over that shutdown. He says the shutdown is a protest tactic that's been used for decades in other movements. A public defender who is representing one of the people facing a felony conspiracy charge says it's all protected speech.
The charges are exemplary and ridiculous. I mean, 38 charges many of these defendants are facing. It's clear that there is an attempt here to discourage or intimidate people from trying acts of public civil disobedience again. I don't think it's going to be effective. I think that
Yeah, let's hope it's not effective, because these sorts of intimidation tactics are just, you know, they're literally repressive. Like that sound shot was just saying. YouTube is preventing you from using your normal account suddenly. You're also being repressed. Help, I'm being repressed. A lot of repression going on. Seems to be
so hot right now.
Okay. What else is next? Oh, yeah. Oh boy, here we go. Before we talk about this situation in Lebanon, that won't be all we talk about as it relates to the Middle East, but it's the main topic today. We are deep diving that shit. But before we do that, let's stay in America and listen to a man named Mitch McConnell talk about American values.
Anti-Semitism. Another matter, I've repeatedly warned colleagues on both sides against setting aside America's interest in pursuit of closer relations with foreign leaders who they think share their values. I made it clear to Washington Democrats that whatever kudos the Paris climate deal earned them with European greens,
oh my God,
punishing America for producing affordable, reliable, and abundant energy.
Mitch McConnell can barely form sentences without just, I mean, it is hard to watch. I don't want to be ageist, but this man should not be in charge of an entire part of the country. It's ridiculous.
Was welcome news to China, the world's leading emitter of carbon, and to Russia, which would weaponize Europe's own reliance in due course. Likewise, I've urged fellow Republicans to recognize that despite whatever affinity we might be expected to hold for a Hungarian ruling party.
Sorry, I forgot. I listened to this at 2x. I think we should do the same thing here. There's no way we're going to get through this at, you know, we'll do 1.5. I think it'll be much more tolerable. Oh my God, see what's happening? Do you see what's happening? I'm trying to click it, but instead it's trying to do this. Look, see, it's trying to highlight breaking behind it. This is my problem. It happens all the time. It's YouTube's new feature, but it in fact causes me 17 headaches per stream. Fuck it.
That professes traditional values.
Uh-oh.
Legitimizing Viktor Orban's reckless obeisance to China. China. In Iran's backyard is to change Iran's sanctions in exchange for empty promises on nuclear proliferation. It's not in America's strategic interest. Neither is responding to proxy violence with half measures. The only way to achieve measurable improvements to the security of America's interests in Iran's backyard is to change Iran's calculus. This is, of course, an opportunity for the United States and allies with common interests in the region to work more closely together in applying meaningful pressure on Tehran. An opportunity,
oh my God,
as yet unseized.
What are you talking about?
But lest anyone forget.
What about all the threats we've been making on Iran? How about all the literal aircraft carriers and other sorts of weaponry that we've been sending in that direction? Is that not in any way? I mean, what does he mean by all this? We were in the nuclear deal, which Trump got us out of. So, I mean, what does he want to go back to the nuclear deal now? Because if he gets his way on both counts, getting the nuclear deal, and then Donald Trump as president, you would immediately just lose the nuclear deal again, right? Because he would just rip it up.
Just as Tehran's export of terror threatens America's interests, its repression at home is an affront to American values. Today is the second anniversary of the beating,
oh my God,
detention.
YouTube is being such an idiot today. Such weird shit. That's interesting. I'm sorry. I just want to go back and hear that one more time. Said, what was it again?
But lest anyone forget, just as Tehran's export of terror threatens America's interests, its repression at home is an affront to American values.
How is... I'm sorry. Tehran is he talking about in Iran? That repression? Or is he talking about Iran is repressing Americans? It's all very confusing. It's not making a ton of sense. Mostly because it's just nonsensical words that probably somebody else wrote. He's just reading. Some psychotic groiper who lives in Mitch McConnell's office. But, you know, it's interesting that he said it that way, because we got something to talk about here. You know, because he's saying that us not doing something about Iran is allowing Iran to export non-American values and terror. Well, the United States has been supporting a different nation in the region big time, by the name of Israel. And recently, they have been doing some stuff in a country called Lebanon. You might be familiar, but if you're not, a terrorist attack happened in Lebanon, where at least 8 people are dead after wireless devices exploded all over the country.
Illegal.
The Lebanese Ministry of Public Health says at least 8 people are dead and roughly 2,700 more injured after a number of pagers exploded. CCTV shows the moment one explosion happened at a supermarket in Beirut. One man was knocked to the ground. And here's a look at Beirut now, where Hezbollah says the causes of those explosions are still unknown. But they say the pagers were owned by a number of workers in various Hezbollah units and institutions. I want to bring in foreign correspondent Tom Soufi-Burridge in Paris, along with ABC News contributor, former senior CIA field.
Now, you might be asking yourself, geez, a terrorist attack in the Middle East. Who is it? ISIS or Hamas or, you know, what's going on? No. No, it's not those. Keep guessing.
Operative Daryl Blocker for more. Tom, what's the latest?
Yeah, Diane, this appears to be a highly sophisticated and widespread attack across Lebanon. Lebanon's health ministry now saying 2,750 people injured in this attack, including 200 of those people critically injured. We're seeing video which is too graphic to show you of catastrophic injuries to a number of individuals in multiple hospitals across Lebanon. They're saying that 8 people have been killed in the attack.
What's today? September 19th? Alright, everybody, forget about history before today. This is the new October 7th. I mean, look at this. 2,700 people injured in one terrorist attack. 8 killed. And according to reports, multiple children. This is the new October 7th, September 19th, Lebanon under siege. They must defend themselves.
Including a 10-year-old girl. We've had now 2 statements from Hezbollah, that Iranian-backed proxy group based in Lebanon. They are saying 2 of their members are amongst the 8 people killed in this attack. And Hezbollah is saying that what happened is at about 3:30 in the afternoon local time in Lebanon, pager devices, remember those are devices that can receive messages but not calls, effectively exploded. So members of Hezbollah carrying pagers, we've seen videos confirming this, that appear to show individuals looking down towards what appears to be a pager device and then the explosion. This appears to...
Unbelievable. Crowded city streets and stores, markets, public areas. Just explosions. Injuring thousands of people. This is horrifying. But we're not done talking about it, don't worry. Just switching videos, let's see here. Let's go to the Guardian news from a day ago. Actually, yeah, no, let's go to Guardian. Sorry. Whoopsies. That's my bad. I looked over at chat and did not notice I have subtitles to read. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Ambulances were seen rushing after members of Hezbollah were wounded when the pagers they used to communicate exploded across Lebanon. It wasn't just members of Hezbollah. It's a ridiculous suggestion, Guardian. This is so disgusting. Guardians immediately getting ahead of it. I don't even know if Israel told them to say this, but they're immediately just just sort of, you know, pre-propagandizing for Israel here. 2,700 members of Hezbollah. Where's the proof of that? It seems like many of the people were not Hezbollah that were injured. Many people were civilians. Crowds of people gathered outside of a hospital in the capital, Beirut. In Hazmia, a Beirut suburb, an injured person was wheeled into hospital on a gurney. People directed traffic in Sedan to allow ambulances to drive into the emergency wing of a hospital. The city is located 25 miles south of Beirut. Men queued to donate blood in Sedan for the thousands wounded by the pager blasts across Lebanon. At least 9 people were killed in the attack, according to officials. Hezbollah fighters, along with Revolutionary Guards in Syria, were also reported to be injured. Hezbollah released a video. This statement by Hezbollah has just been issued. We blame the Israeli army for the full responsibility of this criminal attack that also harmed civilians and led to the martyrdom of a number of people and the injury of a high number of people, several wounded.
I don't have any details to provide on the reports of the pager blast. I can tell you.
I don't want reality.
You deserve another emotional support character? Are we at 30 likes already? I don't know if we're going to be able to get it. I see that you have 30 likes though, so I'll at least put one on the docket for you for tomorrow's stream. Should be doing a stream tomorrow. After the leftist mafia. Hopefully we can get some leftist mafia folks over here tomorrow. They do have a huge audience now, it seems like. I remember when they were in the double digits audience-wise on many of their channels, and now they are just huge on these streams lately. I'm seeing, like, did somebody... Was David on, like, 1,000 the other night? Somebody was. Uh-oh, I lost my window. Where is it? There it is. I found it. You're now afraid of your own smartphone. That's fair. Although I wouldn't actually go through life being too afraid of your smartphone. Probably not necessary for you, particularly, I don't think. Hopefully. I don't know your personal situation. Let's go here to Al Jazeera. This one was from 23 hours ago. Jesus fucking
Devices
Christ.
meant for communication were turned into bombs, exploding in the hands of hundreds of people.
Come on.
Many Hezbollah members.
The pager devices that we have been using, all of them are exploding in the guise.
Reports suggest the explosions were caused by high technology targeting pagers, largely used by members of the Iran-backed group. Hospitals are now overwhelmed, struggling to cope with the influx of injured people.
We don't have room anymore in the hospitals. There's more than 400 men here. Their pagers exploded, the ones they use for communication. These are big assassinations, big assassinations.
The Lebanese Health Ministry has issued an urgent call telling people not to use pagers.
Most of the injuries are either in the face, especially the eyes, are in the hand or in the side, the flank, in the abdomen.
So it's all over the body, is what you're saying.
You know, the patients were reporting that these were the results of a communication device that they had with them that actually exploded.
On the streets, the scale of the attack is clear.
For fuck's
Hundreds
sake.
lying on the floor, bloodied and dazed, seeking help. A Hezbollah official has called this the biggest security breach in its year-long conflict with Israel. Hezbollah has recently switched to using pagers as a more secure alternative after the group's leader Hassan Nasrallah called on his fighters to abandon smartphones, fearing Israel's ability to hack the devices. The switch was meant to enhance security, but it may have created a new weakness. The attack spanned multiple locations.
This is wild. Israel just committed a mass terrorist attack on another country. A country committed a terrorist attack just now on another country. Full on. Full on. Why is it not being labeled that? I don't know. Because if this happened in any other case, that's exactly what the narrative would be.
Across Lebanon, suggesting a coordinated and sophisticated operation. While Israel hasn't commented so far, this comes just hours after it's said to have stopped a Hezbollah attack on its soil. Tuesday's attack in Lebanon is seen as a significant escalation after months of cross-border attacks by Israel and Hezbollah. Axel Zaimovic, Al Jazeera.
Funeral services have been held for some of the victims. Dozens of people attended this one for Mahdi Ahmar, the son of Hezbollah Member of Parliament Ali Ahmar. A Hezbollah official says Mahdi was killed when the device he was carrying exploded. He says the sons of two other senior politicians were injured. Now, reports from Syria say members of Hezbollah have also been injured by exploding pagers there. Pro-government media says 11 members of the armed group were critically wounded by blasts on their devices near Damascus. Opposition monitors say another 18 members were injured in Idlib. Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim sent this report from Beirut.
This is completely fucked.
We are in front of the American University Hospital in Beirut, one of tens of hospitals across Lebanon that received people who were killed or injured in what's been known now as the pager attack that targeted the pager devices mostly held by Hezbollah members in Lebanon.
Look at this. Look at this
According to
fucking
official
shit.
numbers,
I can't even listen to what he's
injured are,
saying.
Around 3,000. There's at least
I can't
9 people
even listen to what
killed.
he's saying. The horrific nature of what we're looking at right now is just so... It is unbelievable that our government's funding this. That you just heard a statement from fucking Matt Miller acting like it was, you know, was it Matt Miller or was it John Kirby? One of those two idiots saying nonsense about this, not knowing anything about it and like blah blah blah. It's like, dude, are you kidding me? You're a spokesman for the United States government. Tell me the United States government doesn't? Okay, get the fuck out.
Moment, and a lot of people are injured with dire condition or critical situation. But this reflects also the amount of escalation and tension between the two sides. Maybe this
shit is wild. We are not nearly done talking about this. That was what? Al Jazeera. So yeah, nearly 3,000 people were wounded, 9 killed, 2 children.
Hot right now.
Megastar says I should hydrate. It's a fair point. Now let's go here to Associated Press from 19 hours ago, where reporters went to the headquarters of a company called Gold Apollo in Taiwan, as initially reports were that the pagers in question had come from this company. However, when questioned about it, this is what the company had to say. Okay. And the fact is well, we're gonna be talking about who apparently did manufacture these pagers. Give me 1 second, let me get to that video. They have not, well, I know you may be skeptical, but the fact is there is more evidence incoming, and it's coming in hot.
So hot right now.
Associated Press from 18 hours ago. Company in Hungary believed to be linked to pagers that exploded in Lebanon and Syria.
What?
Look, it did it again. Why is this happening? I've never seen this happen before to us. Now it's happened like 10 times tonight. I have no idea what this means. You would assume, considering these people aren't being allowed in, that this has something to do. This is probably saying, hey, fuck off. Could be wrong. But that's the whole video here. But we will be talking more about this Hungarian company in a second. Finally, an investigation. We don't have to leave to Israel. Are you referring to me as being the one investigating right now? Oh, God. Well, I certainly have less resources than they do. We're going to get back to talking about that. Pager blast. Well, not the pager blast itself, but the Hungarian company. I can't remember where this... I have another video on that. I can't remember. I think it's embedded in one of these other videos we're about to watch. Oh, I think I know exactly where it is, actually. But we're not going to go to that one first. First, we're going to go to this fucking CNN video. This horrifying narrative that they're about to try and weave on this one. Let's all prepare ourselves. Okay, CNN.
We begin with the coordinator pager attacks, hundreds of pagers that blew up simultaneously across Lebanon. And that is further escalating regional tensions and have Hezbollah now vowing to retaliate. Lebanon's health minister says 12 people were killed, including children, on Tuesday, and nearly 3,000 were wounded, 300 of them critically. CNN has learned that the explosions targeting Hezbollah members were part of a joint operation between Israel's military and intelligence services. Innocent civilians were also killed. Now, the New York Times, meanwhile, is reporting that Israel planted the explosives next to the battery in each pager, as well as a detonation switch. Israel, though, so far is not commenting. CNN's Ben Wiedemann has more on this attack and fears that it could stoke a wider war.
Almost 200 people injured in the pager blast that occurred Tuesday afternoon were treated here at the American University of Beirut Medical Center, where the chief medical officer told us that even though there were women and children among the injured, the vast majority were young men. Now, thousands of people were injured in the
Guess that makes it better.
Apparently simultaneous pager blast that took place at about 3:30 in the afternoon Tuesday in areas where Hezbollah has a strong presence. Now, here outside the hospital, friends and relatives of those injured are waiting for news. Not surprisingly, most do not.
Oh, well. Hezbollah's got a strong presence. So it must be fine then, right? It's not the capital of the country or anything. It's not a civilian area. Fucking CNN, I mean, they might as well be Israel themselves, you know? Always playing Israel's lawyer over here. It's a Hezbollah stronghold. So of course this attack was justified.
Want to appear on camera, but off camera, one told us, for instance, that a friend of his received a message on his pager. He picked it up, looked at it, and it exploded in his face, damaging his eyes and his fingers. Another individual who said he was a supporter of Hezbollah told us that despite these injuries, morale within the group is still high, and that those who were injured will soon return to the front. Now, Thursday afternoon, Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah is expected to comment on the events of Tuesday, but on Wednesday morning, Hezbollah put out a statement saying that there would be hard atonement awaiting the so-called criminal enemy that was behind.
So-called criminal? Dude, you've got to be kidding me right now. How can you see what just happened? And anything that's happened, not... I mean, what kind of douche?
What they described as Tuesday's massacre.
It was a massacre. The way that this guy is, like, I mean, he has such disdain for Lebanese people. Listen to this dude.
Ben Wiedemann, CNN, reporting from Beirut.
I can't believe he's
All right, let's talk more about
in
this. CNN's Nick
Lebanon
Payton-Walsh is in
saying
London,
these
but first let's go to Paula Hancock, who's joining me now from
Ugh.
Abu Dhabi. Paula, Israel is refusing to comment publicly.
Oh, this is when it gets worse. I forgot about this fucking woman. Oh, boy. Everybody buckle in. Buckle in. This one's going to say some wild stuff, if I recall
What do you
correctly.
know about the purpose of this attack, the strategic goal?
Well, Amra, the goal that Israel would have and always has had is to debilitate its enemy, to make it impossible.
How is a terrorist attack debilitating its enemy? I mean, I guess in the process, I mean, It's just such a weird way to start it off. Like, this is just Israel achieving its war goals, of course.
For Hezbollah to be able to fire missiles into northern Israel.
I'm sorry, I gotta stop her again. How does attacking children and people in public, how does that stop Hezbollah from firing rockets? Anybody? Can anybody name me? Fill in that blank, please, because I don't see it. If anything, I feel like it ensures that more rockets come flying.
To really cripple the organization. Now, what we've seen is that...
Well, it sounds like they certainly crippled a bunch of, Lebanese people. Just normal people walking the street, getting food or whatever else. So...
There are 2,800 injuries. We don't have a breakdown of how many of these are Hezbollah fighters versus how many are innocent civilians. What we do know is that at least 2 children are among the dead at this point. But what this has done is this has debilitated the ability of...
Is it just me, or does it feel like she's kind of like trying to squint away the all the problems with the things she's saying right now?
This militant group to be able to fight against Israel. We have heard that there's been some 460 operations so far from the health minister. The majority of those have been to the face and the eyes. So certainly...
Good fucking God. All right. The fact is, she continues to go on and talk about how Israel's basically justified to be doing all of this stuff. Honestly, I mean, she doesn't say it exactly like that, but she basically just continues to make this argument even worse and worse of hers, and we don't have to listen to all of it. It's wild. I just wanted to give us a sample of how it's being talked about in the mainstream media. Let's go here to Democracy Now! Sort of cleanse ourselves of all that. Hatred, apparently. Yeah, there we go.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Lebanon, at least 12 people were killed, over 2,800 injured Tuesday when electronic pagers used by members of Hezbollah exploded at the same time. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. Israel's widely believed to be behind the attack. Hezbollah vowed to retaliate against Israel as fears grow of a broader regional war. According to a report by Reuters, Israel's Mossad spy agency had managed to plant explosive material in a batch of pagers bought in recent months by Hezbollah. The pagers were sold under the name of the Taiwanese brand Gold Apollo, but the company said the pagers were actually made by a firm in Budapest that had a license to use Gold Apollo name. Victims of the attack included a 10-year-old girl who died when her father's pager exploded. The Iranian ambassador to Lebanon, Mujtaba Amani, was also injured by an exploding pager. The New York Times reports he lost an eye in the blast. The nature of the simultaneous attack shocked many in Lebanon.
What happened yesterday shocked us. It was unimaginable. No one could have thought that pagers could explode like that. The scene was shocking, how people were torn apart right in front of you.
Hezbollah relied on pagers in part to avoid Israel's surveillance of other communication networks like cell phones. Lebanese lawmaker Tony Frange Jr. condemned the attack as an act of terrorism.
Illegal. Catastrophic repercussions for the crisis today, but this, as I have previously explained with several stations, is terrorism being practiced against Lebanon. And we, and I believe the majority of the Lebanese people, do not submit to the language of terrorism.
Earlier today, U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken said the U.S. did not know about nor was involved in what he called, quote, these incidents.
I don't want reality.
Blinken made the comments in Cairo, Egypt, where he held a joint news conference.
You know, even if U.S. intelligence isn't involved, even if, you know, officials aren't talking back channeling or whatever else, Israel's being funded by the United States. So saying that America isn't involved is just factually inaccurate.
With the Egyptian foreign minister and met with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Axios reports Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant called U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin shortly before the operation began. We go now to Beirut, Lebanon, where we're joined by independent Lebanese journalist Mohammed Klait. Thanks so much for being with us. Mohammed, can you describe the scene yesterday at 3:30?
Thank you very much for having me. We're still in a sort of state of shock of what happened. We didn't comprehend what was going on until later hours at night. What happened at 3:30 exactly? Certain sounds of small explosions were happening in the streets of the southern suburbs, specifically. People yelling at the street. People were in a state of shock. There were some of them who were not targeted by this terrorist attack were in a state of they were frozen in the streets, not knowing what was going on. It was very hard to comprehend, to make sense of what was happening. Then later on, people started helping the people who were injured, who where these pagers exploded on their waists or even their hands or in front of their faces, taking them to hospitals because they were falling down on the street by the thousands. As the Minister of Health has counted, around 1,850 persons were injured in the southern suburbs alone, or in Beirut in general. There were around 2,000 persons who were admitted to hospitals, around 450 persons who were critically injured in the faces and the eyes. While on the street, people until now are still making sense of what was happening. Even until late at night, people were still on the streets, still trying to get people who were injured from their houses, from the cafes, from the supermarkets, from all the civilian.
This is fucking ridiculous. 11 months in, the Biden administration has told us time and time again that they are doing everything possible to A, get a ceasefire, and B, keep this from turning into a wider regional conflict. And this particular event seems to sort of solidify the utter bullshit that the claim is. Sorry, we got more. We can't watch this whole thing, but I want to get a few of these.
Investigating human rights abuses in Lebanon. He's joining us from Geneva. Ramzi, thanks so much for being with us. Can you explain what you understand technically happened and talk about it in the context of an international human rights framework?
Thanks, Amy, and thanks for having me. As you noted, and as Muhammad noted, yesterday there was scenes of just chaos and shock in Lebanon as thousands of pagers exploded simultaneously across the country, resulting in thousands of people being injured. According to the Ministry of Health, at least 12 people have been killed. This includes 2 children and 8 workers, and at least 2,800 people have been injured. Now, photos and videos that we reviewed that were taken by witnesses to the attack or victims showed pagers exploding in public places such as grocery stores or supermarkets. and other videos that appear to be linked to the attack that took place, taken from emergency rooms, showed adults and children in emergency rooms with truly severe, traumatic, and penetrating injuries. We saw injuries to the head, to the torso, to the limbs, with many people who had decapitated fingers, in addition to other injuries that appear to be consistent with the detonation of high explosives. Now, we know that Hezbollah, in a statement that they issued, said that these pages had belonged to various units and institutions within Hezbollah. They blamed the Israeli government. And we know from the various media reports that have come out, with citing former Israeli officials and U.S. officials saying that Israel is responsible for the attack. But the Israeli military has not commented as of yet, at least according to my knowledge. But look, certainly there needs to be a full and prompt investigation into how the attack unfolded that should be conducted. But what we know from the perspective of international humanitarian law on the way in which this attack took place, the law of armed conflict is clear. It prohibits the use of booby traps or other apparently harmless portable devices that civilians could be attracted to, or that civilians use precisely in order to avoid the harm that we saw unfold in Beirut yesterday, with the devastating scenes of thousands of people being rushed to the hospital at the same time, including children, including civilians. When an explosive device is used or implanted in something such as a pager, where this device, its location cannot be reliably determined, where the means of attack or the method in which the attack takes place cannot differentiate between civilians or combatants, it cannot be directed at a specific military target, and which would strike military targets and civilians alike without distinguishing between them. This is an unlawfully indiscriminate attack, and it's unlawful under the laws of war. And there needs to be accountability for this violations and for other violations, because as we've seen, there has been continued impunity for violations of the laws of war in Lebanon. Human Rights Watch has documented apparently deliberate attacks on civilians, on journalists, indiscriminate attacks on civilians, widespread use of white phosphorus included on populated areas, and the use of U.S. weapons unlawfully against aid workers.
Yeah, that's the list. Most of it. Jesus fucking Christ, it is rough hearing it. Sort of all listed at once, but yeah. Yeah, Israel's just trolling international law at this point. That's
on Tuesday, European Union Foreign
100%.
Policy Chief Joseph Borrell warned about the risk of a broader regional war.
I was in Lebanon before coming to Emirates. I was visiting the United Nations troops in the border. When I came there, the level of danger was increasing, and I see the troops going to their barracks. Certainly, there is a possibility of the war be spilling over, not only to Lebanon, but also it's already being important fire in the Red Sea, where we, the European Union, has the.
I find it kind of funny the way that it's being framed right now. The idea of it. Future tense spilling into Lebanon, right? I mean, it's not future tense, right? Tens of thousands of people, both on the Israeli side and the Lebanese side, have been evacuated from the border, and they have been engaged in fighting for pretty much as long as this conflict has been going on, nearly a year. And I think it's weird that everybody seems to have ignored the last year, as if somehow Lebanon and Israel haven't been fighting this whole time, and that this just isn't this isn't just an increase in that fighting, and the sort of just a horrific, like we've been saying, like sort of just illegal tactic that Israel has chosen amidst all of that fighting that's already been going on.
In order to protect the freedom of navigation.
Okay, hold on. Don't need to listen to this whole thing, but I do want to go to this next interview. Let's just go. Oh my god.
Assumptions, and we have to be really careful to wait till we get verifiable facts, and then we can have a better idea. But for the moment, I think I would say the following. I still believe that Hezbollah, Israel, Iran, Hamas, and others want to avoid a all-out, free-for-all war between people in the region, which would...
I think that's a naive belief. I think that's a naive belief from this guy. I'm not gonna lie. At least when it comes to Israel, Netanyahu wants nothing else. We've talked about how it's in his political benefit, and that he's honestly doesn't seem to have anything else to do aside from continue this war. Because I think he knows, as it's been reported time and time again by Israeli media, that he's incredibly unpopular, that people want him out, and that the only thing he's clinging to is this broad military sort of what do you even call it? Conquest. It's the only thing I can think of. It's what it is. It's a fucking military conquest. Alright. Now, I thought that we were going to be done with this story. Then earlier today, this happened. Do you see this? This keeps happening to us over and over again. This time it was actually appreciated because I have to read subtitles. Smoke could be seen out of a... What the fuck? Just play. Why aren't you playing? Oh my god. Smoke could be seen coming out of a phone shop in the Lebanese city of Sidon after a fresh wave of attacks across the country, apparently linked to walkie-talkies. Dozens of people and first responders gathered by the cell phone shop that caught fire after an explosion. In Beirut, explosions were heard near the site of funerals being held for those killed by exploding pagers a day before. Footage circulating on social media shows that when a blast occurs somewhere on the body of someone in a crowd. This is fucking insane.
Illegal.
That's how I feel. If the first one wasn't a terrorist attack, that right there, what you just watched, an attack on a funeral, with a hidden explosive device, if that's not terrorism, I don't know what is. Nothing's terrorism. If that's not terrorism, then nothing is. And I'm done hearing the word. Until somebody from the mainstream media, until on this channel we hear somebody from the mainstream media say this right here is fucking terrorism, then I think we're done hearing claims of terrorism anymore, ever again. All right, let's see CNN's fucking coverage of this particular event. Let's see if they call it terrorism. Fingers crossed, everybody. Come on.
I don't want reality.
All right, coming to you live from New York, I'm Zain Asher.
And I'm Bianca Goldriger. You are watching One World. And we begin this hour with breaking news out of Lebanon yet again. For the second straight day, communication devices are exploding. And this time, it appears to be walkie-talkies.
She said that with a smile on her face.
At least 9 people are dead.
I'm sorry.
Hundreds have...
You're gonna have to shut up.
Appears to be walkie-talkie.
She has a smile on her face. Find a different emotion, quickly.
At least 9 people are dead. Hundreds have been wounded, and that's according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. That blast that you just heard in Beirut set off panic in the streets, as you can see here. That was amid a crowd attending a funeral for Hezbollah fighters. Early reports indicate the explosions took place in southern Lebanon and in the southern suburbs of...
Did you hear that? Did you hear the way that they're framing all this? It's a funeral for Hezbollah fighters. There you go, viewers. You can turn off now. No big deal. It was just Hezbollah. It was just Hezbollah and their families. No reason to feel any sort of sympathy for these people who just literally got what's the word? I mean, terrorized. I mean, whoa, what just happened? Why is Duck being terrorized in chat? Alright, I'm losing focus.
Beirut.
And it comes one day after hundreds of pagers belonging to Hezbollah members exploded nearly simultaneously across Lebanon. The country's health minister says at least 12 people, including children, were killed on Tuesday and nearly 3,000 others injured. CNN has learned those coordinated explosions were part of a joint operation between Israel's military and intelligence service.
My God.
CNN's Nick...
Well, it's not, as you can hear, not a terrorist attack. It's a joint operation. Oh.
Illegal.
Not illegal. No. I'm sorry. It's an operation on civilians.
Walsh joins us live now from London. So, Nick, what are we learning about how the Israelis might have been able to engineer and coordinate both of these attacks, which took place, by the way, roughly around the same time?
You hear the way CNN's talking about it right now? They're talking about it like it's, I don't know, it's like Ocean's 11 or something. It's like, how did they do it? What were the steps that got them to this point to be able to do this mass atrocity on people at a funeral?
On both days.
I mean, just a step back here, we don't know if Israel were behind this second wave of attacks. It's highly likely that they were, owing, as you say, to the fact that it appears this second wave occurred 24 hours after the first wave of pager attacks, which CNN has learned the Israeli Mossad and military were behind. It's highly likely too, given the nature of the low-tech devices used here, that indeed the Israelis may have been behind it. But we don't even have at this stage, I believe, Hezbollah accusing them directly. There is chaos and some degree, I'm sure, panic here. Lebanese security source telling my colleague Tamara Kiblawi that we're talking about 30 to 40 explosions they've reported so far. The death toll having risen today to 9 and 300 injured. And that's significant because it's getting close to yesterday's. And given how few compare...
How is that? I'm sorry, yesterday's was 3,000. Well, he's talking about the death toll specifically, not the injuries, because there was 10 times as many injuries yesterday. But,
blast we're seeing today, that would suggest that the impact of these was significantly more. Now, one of these series of images you're seeing there is of a funeral for somebody killed in the pager.
this is wild. Where is the United States to condemn this? This is just breaking my brain right now. Got CNN pretending like it's, you know, Ocean's 13. U.S. government acting like it's not a big deal, at least up to this point. Let's see. What else do we have here? I can't listen to any more of that fucking CNN shit. It's too much. We've had enough. All right. You know what? Let's go straight to that. Let's see here, because after this second attack, the White House decided to take questions. How nice of you to take questions.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I believe, for instance, that there is a diplomatic path forward, that particularly up near Lebanon. And we still believe that while it is increasingly difficult, and
is it increasing? Is 2 terrorist attacks in public? Well, really, it's not even 2. It's 2 mass terrorist attacks, right? Because it was a coordinated and planned attack across the entire country 2 times.
That we're
But this is getting,
that we believe a ceasefire deal and a negotiation to get the hostages out is still the best outcome, and we're going to keep pursuing that.
But how do these events move forward any diplomatic solution here?
It's difficult for me to stand up here, Gabe, and tell you exactly how incidents over the last couple of days are going to affect outcomes in the next few days.
Don't ask me to tell you how things are going to happen, okay? I'm just the guy speaking for the U.S. government, people funding this whole shindig.
What I can tell you is, we're still putting our shoulder to the wheel to get the hostages
Oh,
out
wow.
and get a ceasefire.
Oh, look at that. We got metaphors now. Putting shoulder to the wheel.
Place, as daunting as that is today. And
Ooh, is
we
it
are still
scary?
involved in intensive diplomacy to try to prevent a second front from opening up on that border with Lebanon.
Thank you. Given the rhetoric and the attacks in the last few days, it seems like a full-out conflict is inevitable at this point. Would you agree with that assessment? And is the U.S. government preparing for an evacuation of American citizens in Lebanon and or in Israel in that case?
I think we've learned through experience, particularly over now what's going on almost a year here, that nothing is inevitable when it comes to that particular part of the world and this particular conflict. And we're going to, as I said to Gabe, we're going to do everything we can to see if we can end it and get those hostages home. And your second question was evacuation. I don't have anything with respect to evacuation preparations to talk about. I mean, that's a better question really put to the State Department. I think you know, Laura, as particularly from covering the Pentagon, we have on the shelf, we have evacuation plans available for places all over the world, but I wouldn't.
Oh, you should see the shelf. You should see the shelf, Laura. Come on, what do you know about the shelf? The shelf is so many plans. It's totally gonna be fine.
Lead that to.
How did that work out for Ashner Ige? Anybody?
Believe that we're in a moment now where we think we need to imminently call for that or act on that right now.
What has been the impact of the latest attacks on the potential for a ceasefire deal in Gaza?
I think it's too soon to know if what happened over the last couple of days is going to have any effect on where we are with a ceasefire deal. Sadly, we aren't any closer to that now than we were even a week ago. So it's difficult to see any immediate impact of these incidents, but I think it's just too soon to know in general.
Officials have said we were 90% there. Is that still the case?
I think in terms of the agreed framework and the language, that's still the case. The framework
has
been agreed to. The major.
We're still as close as we've ever been. You know, chat, I think they haven't been lying at all. Yeah, I take it all back. You know, because this whole time, you know, for the last couple of months, right, I've been increasingly mocking, you know, these spokespeople for suggesting that we are as close as we've ever been. They keep saying that statement over and over again. And you know, it just happens that at this moment it rang in my head a different way than it ever had before. We're as close as we've ever been. See, you listen to it that way, right? We're as close as we've ever been. You know, now listen to it this way. We're as close as we've ever been, right? I mean, because really that's what they're saying. They're just using a different tone. It sounds better when you use a different tone. But if you say it like you know what I mean? Like, if you say it like there's no hope, because that's kind of where it's been at for a while now, and like we're actually no closer than we've ever been, and you're saying it in a sort of sarcastic way, well, then it makes more sense. So I've been unfairly critical, and I'd just like to take it all back.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, let's go to this quick piece of this. Here, Forbes clipped a particular cut. Reporter asks why the White House isn't holding Israel responsible for the Lebanese terrorist attack. Good question.
CBS News at least has learned that the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, spoke yesterday with the Israeli Defense Minister 2 different times. We've been told no specifics were given about the operation that happened yesterday. Was there any heads up given yesterday that there would be more attacks in Lebanon today?
Well, I'd refer you to the Defense Department to speak to conversations.
Oh, that's convenient. I'm sure they'll have the answers.
Minister Gallant. As I said, there was no U.S. involvement in either of these incidents, and I have nothing.
One thing, though, but awareness it was coming is another.
I recognize the question. I have nothing more to add.
If you're someone who owns a pager like this that's been blown up in Lebanon in recent days, whether it was made by the Taiwanese company or the Hungarian company that may have had a licensing deal with them, should you be concerned it could blow up?
Again, Ed, I have nothing more to add on this.
Yeah. Our sources have confirmed to us it's been widely reported that Israel is responsible for this, but notably you still won't say that. Why is that? Is it because that's not your assessment, or because you don't support what they're doing here?
It's because I don't have anything more to add on this issue. As I said, there was no U.S. involvement, and I'm not going to go beyond that today.
Then let me ask this.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's awkward, isn't it? It's awkward when your big ally is committing terrorism.
Kinds of tactics, blowing up pagers and walkie-talkies. Is this type of warfare acceptable to the United States?
Again, Mary, I appreciate the question. I'm simply not going to be able to address these incidents over the last couple of days in any level of detail one way or another.
Okay, let me try
Zero
one other
detail.
thing. Everyone keeps urging, all parties involved not to escalate this. Isn't this an escalation already? I mean, isn't this Israel doing exactly what you've been warning them not to do?
Again, I'm not going to speak to the details of these incidents. I understand.
Wow.
I don't want reality.
Oh, John, you're really failing today. Really failing. I mean, talk about non-answers. I mean, he's not even attempting to give the non-answers. He's just flat out not answering things today on this particular issue. Why hold a conference if you're going to just say, I don't know. I have nothing.
That's frustrating. I get it. And I understand where all your questions are coming from.
I know. I feel like he's doing a little bit of like a George W. Bush impression sometimes. I know that it's frustrating for all you people. But right now, we got some real serious stuff going on in the background. And it'd be great if you just get off my back.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Fucking junker. Okay. What else we got? Oh, let's go see some sensible people. The UN General Assembly. Let's see how this vote on a call for Israel to end its illegal occupation of Palestine went.
Those in favor of draft resolution A/ES10.
Hold on, sorry. Look at the countries that are in opposition: the United States, Tonga, Tuvalu,
Resolution
Chechnya,
A/ES10
Argentina,
/L31/revision 1. Please signify. Those against.
Hungary,
Abstentions.
Israel, of course, Micronesia,
The General
Malawi
Assembly is now
voted against.
voting on draft resolution A/ES10/L31 revision 1 entitled Advisory Opinion of the International Court of Justice on the legal consequences arising from Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory,
New Guinea,
including East
Paraguay,
Jerusalem, and from the
Palau.
illegality of Israel's continuous presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. Will all
Very disappointing, New
delegations
Guinea.
confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed, and please lock the machine.
Well, there we go. UN General Assembly calls for Israel to end its illegal occupation of Palestine in general. Okay, now let's listen to not the United States, but a very big friend of the United States. The nation of Canada had some stuff to say at the UN General Assembly, as they voted to abstain.
Our problem with the resolution is that it goes well beyond the ICJ advisory opinion.
Oh, no.
We cannot support a resolution where one party, the State of Israel, is held so responsible.
I'm just going to point this out. Going further than the ICJ opinion is literally nothing. All the ICJ opinion is that Israel's committing genocide, probably. So, I mean, if he's saying, this Canadian representative, that going further than just declaring genocide is too much, it's too far, well, wow. I say, sir, you doth object too much.
One party, the State of Israel, is held solely responsible
Oh.
for the conflict.
Oh, no.
Canada's...
How dare the UN General Assembly hold Israel accountable for the stuff it's doing? That is not fair.
supports Israel's right to live in peace with its neighbors, with secure boundaries, and recognizes Israel's right to ensure its own security.
Does terrorism fall under ensuring your security? Because that seems like a way to ensure bad stuff, if you ask me. I don't know. I'm not a terrorism expert, but everything I hear about terrorism is that it's bad.
Illegal. This is the right of every sovereign state in this assembly.
Okay, the rest of this is even worse, not gonna lie. And I don't have the energy to, I'll just play it for you. I'm not gonna comment. I'm just gonna play it.
However, there is no mention in the resolution of the need to end terrorism, for which Israel has serious and legitimate security concerns.
Israel's committing terrorism.
Once again, this resolution fails to mention the horrendous attack and the atrocities of October 7th, 2024.
I don't know what
carried
October.
out.
I don't know what October 7th is. All I know about is September. What was it? September 17th. That's all I know about. September 17th. That's all I know. That is, you know, that's all I know. I'm sorry. I don't remember October 7th. What was that? Is that, huh? A year ago? How am I supposed to remember things from that long ago? History starts and stops September 17th, the day Israel decided to commit a genocide on the Lebanese people. Alright, let's go here. Sorry, I'm just having flashbacks of October 7th rhetoric, and I think I'm just sort of regurgitating it. Let's go here. TRT World from 6 hours ago. Well, if you didn't know, 20 people died on Wednesday in Gaza in Israel's illegal genocidal campaign in the region. Continued double-digit death toll on the daily for Israel. You'd think at some point
out of the rubble, dead bodies or those barely alive are pulled out. This school was the home of displaced Palestinians in eastern Gaza, now nothing but a wreckage. It's the latest target of Israeli forces who claim it carried out a precise strike on Hamas. Those injured were rushed to hospital.
Is that
but
Hamas?
For many, it was too late. Scenes like this of children with their faces
Is that little girl Hamas?
covered with dust and blood, and mothers carrying their children
How about
are
that
now
kid?
the norm.
Is that
the
Hamas?
most vulnerable bear the brunt of this war. To date, over
How about
16,000
that
children
kid?
have been killed. The casualties.
Are those kids all Hamas? What's happening? What's going on? How is this still happening? We've been talking about this way too long. How? How is this the daily... This is just the daily expectations in Gaza. Couple dozen people dead. Children. Men, women. No food. No water. No access to... Just normal shit. I could have sworn months ago when they announced this fucking deal that we were finally gonna get a ceasefire. What happened to that? Remember when Biden came out behind the podium? He had that paper. I think he had a paper with him. And he was like, you know, going over this whole ceasefire deal in had all these plans of bullet points. There was like 3 phases. We're still not even at phase 1. We're still pre-ceasefire deal. Even 3-4 months after the announcement of it. It's really weird how that goes. Why do they need an IV for a head wound? Probably because that kid is super dehydrated. I mean, come on. I hope that's a joke. I'm pretty sure it's a joke. Okay. Oh, we are at it. We're at that point. Great job. Great job to all of you for making it this far. Second to last video. Here we go. We can do it. I just want to remind you all, since we were just talking about that ceasefire deal, of a particular situation. As you all are probably aware, Israel's newest sticking point is not just the occupation of the Philadelphia corridor, but basically the annexation of it, taking the land from Israel. I'm sorry, Israel taking the land from Egypt. And yeah, here's 4 weeks ago, Al Jazeera English, Egypt, unlikely to budge on Philadelphia corridor. Huh. Weird that analysts over a month ago said that this wasn't going to be a feasible thing to do.
Now, the buffer zone between Egypt and Gaza is known as the Philadelphia Corridor. The 14-kilometre-long strip of land represents the entirety of the border area between Gaza and Egypt. Israel managed the area, controlling the movement of goods and people until it withdrew its forces from Gaza in 2005. Since then, Egyptian forces have taken over patrolling duties, but Israel still inspects all of the deliveries into the territory. Both Egypt and Hamas strongly oppose Israel's control over the corridor. Hussein Hardiz, a former Egyptian assistant foreign minister and ambassador, joins us now from the Egyptian capital, Cairo.
Now remember, even though the way that they've drawn that map is a little amorphous, it's not quite done right, but it extends into Egypt itself. I hope everybody knows that.
Mr. Haradi, good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you for your time. Control of the Philadelphia corridor and control of the Rafah border crossing are going to be a very tough discussion for the US with Egypt, because these agreements were years in the making and enshrined in various peace deals.
Well, definitely, one of the topics that have been hampering reaching a ceasefire agreement in Gaza is, of course, the future of the Philadelphia corridor, as well as the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing. Egypt has always maintained that it rejects it. Egypt has always rejected the permanent Israeli presence, military presence in the Philadelphia corridor, as well as an Israeli control over the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing. And this remains the Egyptian position.
Well, there we go. It seemed pretty clear. Egypt steadfastly objects to Israel's occupation of the Philadelphia corridor. A place which, you know, technically Israel didn't control until the peace deal was even announced, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, last video. I figured we would give us something tenable. At least more tenable than what we've dealt with up till now. Here's a Teo from 6 hours ago? Yeah. It's a discussion about state of U.S. politics as it relates to Israel and Palestine.
I'm here in Congress with well-known Islamic imam, scholar, pastor Sheikh Omar Suleiman, who is here attending the congressional hearing on hate, was accompanying Wadi Al-Fayoumi's mother, Hanan Shaheen. Sheikh Omar, thank you so much for being here. What has today been like for you attending this hearing, sitting alongside Wadia's mom as people talk about hate crimes in America, and her son was killed in a hate crime?
I think that people are stunned by how positive she is, how she's able to maintain a smile. I mean, this woman was stabbed 12 times. The last thing she heard Wadir say as he was stabbed 26 times was, "Oh no." And when we had her janazah in Chicago, the janazah for Wadir, she was unable to attend because she was obviously in the hospital. She was isolated from everybody else. She wasn't able to receive any pastoral care, so she couldn't even watch the janazah from afar, the funeral from afar. I was angry on her behalf by how quickly they made her invisible in the room. Senator Graham, Senator Cruz, they couldn't even muster the compassion to offer one word of condolence to her. They immediately went to anti-Semitism on college campuses. If I was her, I would have felt a great sense of rage, but I think anyone that meets her is inspired by sort of the calmness of her soul despite everything that's happened to her. And that resilience is part of the Palestinian resilience that we're seeing in Gaza right now, with people that are literally holding their children in bags and seeing them betrayed and bombed and mutilated by the same type of hateful policy and rhetoric that her son was murdered by.
I would say in relation to Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz, shame on them, but I don't think you can shame the shameless. You mentioned the violence in Gaza.
Right.
What was so shocking for a lot of people was to see that violence come home, to use a phrase.
Right.
Just, what was it, a week after the October 7th attacks, the first person killed in the United States in the wake of October 7th is a little Palestinian boy who's killed by a man allegedly shouting, National Day of Jihad and you're going to come get me, and thinks that this family of this 6-year-old and his parents are going to do some harm to this old white guy who is now on trial, is pleaded not guilty.
Yeah.
How shocked were you when you got the news that day on October the 14th or the day after?
I was literally in a protest, and I got the text in a protest as I was getting down from the podium speaking about, and I remember exactly what I said then, the amount of children that had been killed in a week had already outnumbered a certain amount of children that had been killed in Ukraine over, a span of a couple of years at that point, in 1 week. And I remember speaking about the crime of the Palestinian child simply not being a Ukrainian child, clearly. And as soon as I got down from the podium, I got a text message from some of the brothers in Chicago about what had happened. And, obviously from then on, just went completely focused into that. And at some point, we made our way out to Illinois. And a few people were trying to connect me to Wadir's mother. And since then, it's just been, it's been inspiring, but at the same time, enraging.
Yep.
Inspiring to see her courage, enraging to see the speed and pace at which Wadir has become forgotten.
I wanted to ask you about that. You just mentioned Ukraine.
Yeah.
I've got to ask the question. If Wadir had been a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Ukrainian refugee child who was killed by a racist landlord, would everyone in America know his name in the way they don't know Wadir's name?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think
Look,
so.
Wadir wasn't even on the front page.
I can already see it.
Outlets. If Wadir was a Ukrainian child, and I'll take it a step further, there was a horrific murder of a synagogue president in Detroit. I believe Samantha Wall was her name. And the immediate speculation was that it was a Palestinian that killed her. And that was within a couple of days, if I'm not mistaken, of Wadir's death, Wadir's murder. And you already saw the speculation and the suspicion being pointed towards Palestinians and attributed this, which turned out to be untrue. It wasn't a Palestinian that killed her.
Right. But the point that I think he's making here is that her name went viral, at least in the right wing, sort of pro-Israeli groups, at least until it was debunked shortly after. But yeah, he makes a great point. If this had happened to other people that aren't Palestinian, there would have been a different response.
Unrelated, even though it was a tragic murder. If Wadir was a Jewish boy that was killed by a Palestinian landlord,
oh my God,
what would have been the reaction of America? This was the first hearing Wadir was mentioned.
Are you kidding me? I think we all know just how bad it would have been.
And it was only in the
The fact is, I feel like we haven't been talking about it, but it's something that happened here in the United States. And it's partly because a lot of times, and I wish it wasn't this way, but a lot of times what I do here is dictated by what sort of content is out there for me to sort of react to and discuss. I do sometimes try and create my own stuff. I think the one thing that I do the most consistently right now is the polls, which isn't really much of anything, but you get what I'm saying here, right? But I feel like we haven't, this has gone just undiscussed since it happened. We talked about it for a week, and it's been mentioned by people like Democracy Now! And majority report people like them. You know, maybe a couple of times since, but it's been months. This guy pled not guilty somehow. I guess they stabbed themselves. It's fucking wild. Well, we've gotten through another one. It was long and arduous, but thankfully, we had each other to help get through. That's gonna be it for me tonight, folks. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Puck, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, This is Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. Click that link in chat or in my bio on YouTube or Twitch. So many good ones in chat. Regular one, typed out one, all caps one, Juan, I'll accept Juan. another lovely stream, chat. I appreciate you all. Without viewers like you, the Galactic News Network would cease to exist.